Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm the Game Master at Here There Be Monsters, Mercy, and today we're here to kick off the official start of our campaign in the Kingdom of Rin. Now, if you've been keeping up with what we've been doing, you might be a little bit confused because, in a way, this is session 12. But everything that we did prior to now, we are officially designating as the prologue that has set our characters up for the epic adventure that they are now setting out upon. So, a brief summary of what has happened. The party coalesced around the Paladin Alandite, who has been put in charge of this group of disparate people to help aid in the defense of Capstone. We are playing in the Kingdom of Rin, which is a custom campaign setting that was originally invented about 11 years ago, probably about 2012, and has over 1,000 play hours in it. So there's a rich world history here that we're looking forward to jumping into with all of you. The town of Capstone is a frontier town that is separate from most of the rest of the kingdom, and as such, it is under greater threat of danger from things like orcs and goblins and potentially other things as well. So our party is made up of Alandite the Paladin, Skabosh the Rogue, his childhood friend, whom is currently kind of on loan to him as a form of community service, Ava, the halfling scout, who is a member of the militia of Capstone, Rubato, the mysterious gnomish spellcaster that they met out in the wilderness, Bahir, the foreign noble, who is here to aid with what's going on, but also has a bit of a larger quest. Check our YouTube channel for his backstory video to learn more about that. And did I already hit everybody? I feel like I skipped one. I guess that's 5. So that party has met up and has been working together with the defenders of Capstone to keep the citizens of this frontier town safe. What we have found is there's an increase in goblin activity to the north of Capstone that the party has helped defend against, and then just as they thought they were starting to make some progress there, then they were tasked with escorting the knight commander that is in charge of the garrison at Capstone and the garrison at Kalen Tower, which is at the mountain pass that defends the kingdom. They were guarding her and came under attack by orcs. As they went to investigate and interrogate and try to learn more about what's going on with the orcs in that area, it was found by Bridget, the knight commander, that there may potentially be more risk from the orcs in the south than first thought. Originally, the defenders of Capstone had been focusing more to the north on the goblin problem because they were under the impression that the orcs to the south were not very organized, and it was just kind of like a roving warbands, barbarians sorts of things. And it was kind of being dealt with on an as-needed basis. But the most recent intelligence has led them to believe that the orcs may be mustering for a more organized attack on or near the town of Capstone. So that's a quick summary of everything that we've discovered that's led us up to where we are. I'll probably be doing an expanded video or maybe short video series going into a summary of the prologue, but I think that gets us mostly to where we're going. And I'm here to show you, we are also launching here with the Session 1 of the main campaign. We have player cameras, which we're very, very excited about. We have not had that previously, other than myself and my wife Pixie, who plays Skabosh. So I'm here to introduce to all of you, potentially for the first time, our players in the campaign.
Hey!
Hello.
Hi.
So yes, thank you so much to our players. Thank you to everybody for being here. We have a little intro video that was recorded by our good friend Atkinson1020, both on Twitch and YouTube. So we're going to roll that to kind of get ourselves in the mood, and then we're going to hand the reins off to our players to decide how they're going to go about their most recent task of investigating the possibly growing threats of the orcish forces to the south.
The peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to the ocean's blue. Man and elf and dwarf and gnome lived together, hearth and home. The cities grew, then kingdom came, the wise and true. Long may he reign. From cult to church, the truth was spread. The heretics were filled with dread. First they lied, and then they stole. The peace we had, no longer whole. They sought to kill and undermine, but truth was found before the time. We banished them, all but a few, then built ourselves a kingdom new, no longer marked by war and sin. Banar did give his grace to men. No gods, nor fiends, not great nor small, can penetrate his peaceful wall. From mountains to the ocean's blue, this peace will last us long and true.
So yes, at the end of our prologue, we left off the players did a little bit of hunting, although that may be generous to call it hunting, but they certainly tried, and found a little bit of food and just kind of generally worked on their preparation for the task at hand. Obviously there is a degree of haste that's going to be needed for what's going on, but you do have a little bit of time if there's anything else that you'd like to do before you get going. Sorry, one of my tabs got closed. I didn't expect. Today, if I have my notes right, I may potentially be off by 1. So I'll double check this for the overall timeline later. But it is the 22nd day of mid-spring 561. And we spent some time early this morning. You met with Knight Commander Bridget Peters. She informed you of the intelligence that she had. She tasked you with searching around Capstone, especially to the south and to the east of the mountain of Capstone. And then you guys spent some time hunting, and then we're meeting back up to finish whatever preparations you have. So you can take it away. All right, and you're actually unmuted now. Now you can actually take it away.
All right. So we're on our way back already to Capstone.
You have
right?
not left yet. So if there's any last minute prep or anything that you want to do, you can. But you spent some time preparing already this morning. Like I said, you did a little bit of hunting. I think Alan Diet, worked with his horse a little bit, etc. You've got, I guess, however long you want, if you don't mind traveling at night. But like you are kind of expected to leave today.
Yeah.
And
I think
2-day trip back to get to actual Capstone.
Yeah. So it depends a little bit on kind of the route that you take. Unfortunately, my button wasn't working during my recap, so let's see if I can turn that on. There we go.
Yeah, I believe it was 2-day if we head straight back there, essentially, but we're doing some scouting.
Correct.
And we want to be looking southeast of Capstone.
Yep. So if you, Rubato is exactly right. If you were to just travel upstream, upriver, to Capstone, it would be about 2 days. It's kind of annoyingly just over 2 days worth of travel. It's like 2 days and 2 hours. So there's always a little bit of forced marching or an extra night of sleeping or whatever. But you guys have been tasked with swinging around, essentially going counterclockwise around Capstone Peak through the forest to the south and around the ruins of Old Capstone to the east, and then circling back around the mountain and coming down to town. So doing kind of a run through the whole area to see what you can find about orcish activity and potentially, engage them if you can find any like anything that you can do will help with the defense of the town. So, so you were tasked to, recon anything that you couldn't deal with and to deal with anything that you could.
Mm-hmm.
So, so to directly answer the question, it's going to depend, a lot really on what you do or don't run into and how much you do or don't force march and whatnot. But at fastest, this is like a 5-day task.
So 5-day task. So 10-day task for us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Okay. I'm like as Ava, like I'm super excited to get going on this mission. What time of day is it? I'm sorry.
I honestly was working so hard at getting the cameras and everything set up, I ran out of time to double check that. I believe it is like midday-ish right now.
Okay, that makes sense since we did like the hunting and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna suggest that we hit the ground running and head out today. Like we still have daylight.
Yeah.
I think we
Like
hit the ground
now.
running.
Yes, I believe we should be ready to leave in about 5 minutes. Everyone gather your things. I'm going to go get us a map and topographies of the area, and we should be set to go.
Sorry, that's going to take me some getting used to.
Rubato, it's crazy how you can talk without moving your mouth.
All right,
I'm really
so
good at it.
yes, Valentine, tell me about that. How what do you want to do, kind of using the connections that you have militarily and whatnot to facilitate this?
I'm going to head back into the tower and speak to. There was a map inside, correct?
I mean, it's all very vague, right? This is not an area that's been heavily mapped previously, and then now we've got, like individual scouts or small groups of scouts, like kind of sneaking around in the wilderness and doing the best they can to map things. But it's very incomplete, and even what they have, is probably, different chunks of it will be more like up to date than others.
Well, I figure anything that they have would be better than what we don't have.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, as a reminder, like here at Kalen, where you guys are, currently Bridget is here, of course, because you guys escorted her here, and then furthermore, there is a garrison that is positioned here normally, so it's not like you're not just going to be leaving her here like by herself or whatever. So there is a captain here that you guys I think spoke with briefly, although not significantly. So I guess, do you want to try and hit up the local captain, or do you want to try and speak directly to captain or commander? Right, they've got their own structure. Or do you want
if
to talk?
memory serves me correctly, I would head back into the tower, into the room where the map was, and just speak to anyone who is there.
Okay.
And if there's a familiar face, I would go to them first.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I don't think we necessarily need to get into moving minis around just so you can go into the tower and come back out of it. It's probably not necessarily cumbersome. But as you recall, you step into the first floor of the tower, and it's relatively open, not even really a receiving area. It's more just like a large vestibule. It's used as sometimes a meeting place, sometimes for horses or to store excess armor, or it's just kind of an all-purpose space. And then there are a couple of sets of there's one set of stairs that goes up to the next level, and then that continues for 3 or 4 levels until you get to the top. So that first floor doesn't really have a whole lot. And the second floor is you clang your way up the set of stairs, because presumably you've started putting your stuff on also, since you're planning on leaving soon. You clang your way up the stairs, and I don't think, I guess Alandite did go up there. I forgot about that. So you get to the level where, at least temporarily, the orc that you guys helped capture was being held, and he's not there now. But that's more of kind of the command room of the tower. So there's a table, like with not even really a map. It's more like a bunch of bits of things that are kind of like pieced together to make what they currently understand of the map. And there's some weapon and armor stands, not a lot, but like a couple of chairs, and generally just kind of stuff around the walls and whatnot. There are a few people around the table, as there pretty much always are, kind of examining those maps, planning where to send scouting missions. You don't recognize any of them at the moment, but you're certainly, you're not like disallowed from being here or anything. So, of course, they hear you. Plate armor and stone stairs aren't exactly known for their ambient stealth. And you see one of the men that's on the opposite side of the table, but still kind of bent forward and can look up and see you. Gestures to one of the others, like who approaches you and introduces himself as Samuel. Says, like, let's see, what do we say? It was afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon. I'm Samuel, one of the captains here at Kalen. I understand that you came in with the caravan that escorted Bridget to us. Thank you very much for your help with that. What can I do for you? Yes, that is correct.
I am looking for any topography of the area or someone who could be able to provide such a thing. We were scouting the area and looking for orc encampments, and anything that you have would be beneficial to our scouting.
He kind of, not side eyes, but kind of turns to check in with the other individual that first indicated that he should talk to you, who pauses for a second and then nods. And so Samuel almost takes you under his arm, right? And he's like, well, I'm not sure how much Bridget's filled you guys in on this, but this is all very much a unraveling or unfolding, but probably also unraveling situation. We hadn't been investing a whole lot of resources into tracking orcish activity because it hadn't really been too big of a deal until, really just the intelligence that we got last night. Of course, like topography and we even have like some game trails and things marked, so we can absolutely get that to you. But my understanding is more that like you guys are supposed to be getting us some of the rest of that information.
Oh yes, but anything that you could provide, mountain ranges, game trails, anything, forest lines, anything like that would be beneficial to our looking for encampments.
Yeah, certainly. We can make that happen. We don't exactly keep spares around here because for the most part, the people that we dispatch from the tower already kind of know the areas that we're sending them to, and I can't exactly give you what's here. But I'll see if we can fetch a scribe, and if you can give us an hour or two, and I'll have them do their best to kind of combine the this and then gestures broadly at the table, and you're a little closer to it now, so you get a look at it, and it's really literally, it's like bits of vellum, like bits of hide, some of it's paper, or some of it may even be like papyrus. Like it's very much like a patchwork of like essentially almost like a map puzzle of like individual people going out and scouting this area or that area, and kind of like bringing them back, and then it's being like pieced together on this table.
Looking at the map, would I be able to, from memory, remember where roughly Skabosh and I were attacked on the river?
Make a knowledge geography check.
First roll.
The highest I can get is 10, I believe.
If it's untrained, then yes, a 10 would be your best result.
4.
So I've got the map up. Of course, the map scene was not exactly designed for us to have all these cameras here, so that's not ideal. Let me see if I can drag that around a little bit. There we go. That's but now you lose some of the higher up stuff. That's probably not totally terrible. Around there. So you're at Kalen Tower, of course, which is at the mountain pass there. And then it's about 2 days travel along the northern bank, usually, but you can travel whichever way you wanted to. But Capstone is on the northern banks of Lake Capstone. So, you know, if you had to guess, it was probably half-ish wave between Killen and Capstone, but you don't you don't have a high degree of confidence in your recollection of that.
With that, do I see any marks or any scout activity that would say that there was something in that area?
Like on the map on the table?
Yeah.
Are you trying to do this surreptitiously or just like walking up and doing it?
I'm just kind of like walking up, giving it an eye, and saying like, I think in this area we were attacked, but I'm not too certain.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to update the map as to recent activity.
Oh, got it. Sorry, you're more offering information. I thought you were seeking information. Got it.
No.
Understood. So yeah, so as you walk up and you know, the other guy who, at least for now, has not introduced himself, nor have you introduced yourself to him, gives you like a really hard side eye as you're like walking up to look at this map. But as you speak up and say, you know, hey, we were attacked, yada yada, you can see like his guard kind of drops a little bit, and he looks you up and down and like pauses for a second, and then you can see he's probably considering like who you are, why you're here, because you know he wouldn't necessarily just like take intelligence from any random person. Then finally he grabs like grabs the writing implement and essentially just like puts an X in that general area. He's like, you know, thank you for filling me in. That's not really an area that we've been keeping track on because historically that's been too close to the tower to really worry about orcish activity. So that's concerning, but also good to know because that would presumably be somewhere around the area that your caravan was attacked, right?
Correct, if memory serves.
So he like picks back up his writing utensil and like kind of makes a second X, like just like 10% off from the first. So you get this weird like kind of like not fully overlaid, obviously, because then it would just look like an X. But you get these like two X's that are kind of almost like one new symbol. I guess it would probably almost look like a fish, right? Depending on how far over he moved it. So he like notes that down too. And then like just reaches, like, you know, his hand has been out, he's been writing, and then reaches over the table to you and says, thank you, I'm Jordan, one of the commanders here at the tower, and right now anything we can get about the orcish activity is of paramount importance.
And I extend my hand out and give a firm handshake and say, Alonde.
All right, so other than that, while that was happening, Samuel has excused himself to go and try and find somebody that has reasonable artistic and or scribal abilities. So you're just kind of here. Do you want to try and hang out here? Do you want to try and make conversation with this guy, or do you want to like go back and kind of try and whip your party mates into action?
No, I'll let the others take a chance at while this is happening.
Okay. Well, what are the rest of you doing?
I'm waiting to leave. Kind of ready to get out of here in a rush now that I kind of like have a direction that I want to go after we're done here.
Okay.
Rubato.
Yes?
I have a discussion I want to have with you. You have a minute?
Yeah, I've got time.
I'm going to type it.
Because I'm just sitting there sipping.
Oh, secrets.
Like you're going to message him in Discord?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you can
sipping the little bit of wine that I had left from Bahir's fancy bottle.
Right. Your escapades with Aaron.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything in particular that Ava wants to take on or accomplish?
Are there any like other scouts already here that I could, like, I was thinking while like Alondite was trying to get some like maps, maybe some of like, if there's any scouts here, I was kind of thinking maybe they would have something about what we might like encounter terrain wise.
Yeah, for sure. That's a great idea. And I'm okay either way. Do you feel like Ava would have ever been here before? Or would you have stuck, mostly in the area more immediately around Capstone?
I think that area probably more near Capstone, I think.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So, I guess there'd be kind of like two ways that you could go about that. You could, try and find, like, just as how your, it's not really a squad, right? Because a squad is like people who move together usually. But kind of like your squad of scouts back home reports to Randall, of course. So there would be somebody equivalent to that here. In fact, maybe even more than one here, because this is actually like the area that generally was a little more protected. Like the increase in the garrison at Capstone is much more recent. Whereas this is like the entrance to the kingdom. So this has always had a little bit more of a garrison.
Okay.
So there'd be 1, 2, possibly 3 like scout captains here, people kind of in the same level of authority as Randall, and you could go and try and like find one of those people, or you could actually go and kind of try and find like peers to like have maybe like a little bit more intimate conversation with.
Yeah, I think I would probably look for like peers.
Okay. Yeah. That's easy enough. So the garrison here at Kalen in totality is about 150 men. Men and women, just men is like the general term.
Yeah.
And at any given time, like up to a third might be deployed just on various things. A lot of that, some of that would be scouting missions. A lot of that would just be really basic stuff, right? Like logging, hunting. Like they need to maintain this camp and like be able to support a garrison and whatnot. So most people that that would be scouting like would either be out like gathering kind of map information sort of thing, or would be out kind of running as like a I don't know, kind of like interference, for lack of a better word, like scouting around where like logging activities and that sort of thing is happening. So it takes you a little while. You have to poke around. There's the tower itself, which you probably wouldn't like go in there to find people, and then there's the enclosed encampment where you guys spent the previous night. But that's more of like there are some men-at-arms that stay there because that's like the emergency response like place. But that's actually mostly where like the civilians are. So remember there was like the cook that you guys like hung out with, and some other people, blacksmith.
Is that the one that we got the wine from?
Yeah, a little bit of wine. So there was that guy, and then also there was Aaron the elf, the one that tried to run during the fight. And I think yeah. So there's a few people there, and then on the Capstone side, it doesn't show up on like the battle map or anything that we had, but there would be like an actual proper camp with like a bunch of tents and stuff, and like that's where you'd find those people. So you make your way over there, poke around a little bit, and you're used to, you're a scout yourself, and so of course you spend a lot of time around people of a similar disposition to you, so probably don't like go right into the middle of camp where the biggest bench with the biggest campfire is. You're looking a little bit more for like maybe even just like a little bit arrogantly, but like the people who actually do things. So you kind of skirt around a little bit, and then pick out just a little ways away from where kind of like the camp proper is. There's like another smaller encampment, and make your way over there. There's I don't know, probably like a half a dozen or so folks there who look a little bit more like what you're used to, a little more rugged. Armor's a little more leather, a little less metal. There's lots of like hides around. You can tell like this kind of sub encampment, they probably mostly take care of themselves, like do a lot of their own hunting. and right now during the day, like this small group of people are would be the ones that are on kind of like shore leave, so to speak. So they're just kind of hanging around, sharpening weapons, cleaning kills, what have you.
Hi guys. My name's Ava. Do you guys have time for a couple of questions? I kind of want Ava, sorry, just like to be like she tries to be professional. That's not the right word, but like professional, but then she like doesn't know how to quite be professional, if that makes sense. So she's like that nervous Nelly type of scout.
And she also tends to be a little bit high energy too. So it's like that nervousness probably comes across as like a little strong sometimes. Like, it's in a kind way, but yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying.
Okay.
So yeah, you normally this group of people who probably normally like tends to stick a little bit more of themselves and whatnot, and you kind of like look around, you find them, you're like, okay, yay, like I found my people. Kind of like stop for a second, like, all right, like deep breath, and then just like walk right in and start talking to them. There's no you don't really like announce yourself or anything. You kind of just walk right up and are like, hi. So yeah, you get they're mostly human, which you're more or less used to working with the militia, of course, but there's like 4 or 5 of them are humans, like a woman, like let's say like 1 woman, 4 men, and then there's a dwarvish woman there as well, and a few people kind of look up and then go about their business, but 2 or 3 of them kind of walk up, greet you, you're like, hi, like one of them's like, hi, like I'm Max, and the other one is the dwarvish woman, and she just kind of like walks right up to you and sees you, you're probably giving off a little bit of a nervous vibe, sees you and just kind of like puts her arm around you, and she's like, it's all right, lass, like I can tell you're one of us, and then just kind of like guides you to a little bench and like sits you down, and she's like, are you a new recruit then?
I am. I'm getting ready to go on a mission with a group for Knight Commander Bridget, and I'm a little nervous, but I'm trying to do my part for the group.
And they all, it's like a little half-hearted, but not rote. They all kind of give like a here for, when you say doing my part. But then otherwise all the rest of them just like go back to what they're doing. Like, like they're listening in, but most of them are kind of just not interested. They're not doing anything, like they're not being mean or anything. They're just kind of living their lives. But Max and I'm going to say Sarah. I'm not as good with coming up with women's names on the moment. Max and Sarah are happy to like sit down and talk with you a little bit. And so same thing, like Sarah, kind of gives like a here with it's just water because it's the middle of the day, right? We're not. But kind of like air toasts you, and she's like, yeah, welcome. Do are you going to be stationed here? Or I heard a little bit about the row that happened with with the Knight Commander, and then and she looks a bit more seasoned than Max does. And so Max kind of excitedly speaks up, and he's like, yeah, I can't believe you got to meet meet Bridget. Like I've never met the Knight Commander. I've only kind of seen her from afar. Like, what's she like? And so he's almost kind of like matching your energy there. Like he's definitely got kind of that like golden retriever vibe. And Sarah kind of reaches over, almost kind of like pats his knee sort of thing. Like, like simmer down. Like, she's like, yeah, I've been here for several years now. We mostly just kind of kept to our own and, checked the mountains to make sure there weren't any, like no avalanches had created passes through the mountains or anything like that we didn't know about, and scouted the area around. And honestly, it's been pretty straightforward work for quite a long time. But I myself got attacked here late in the winter, and I've heard more and more stories from from a lot of our folks, and again, 1 or 2 of the other guys that are over there like doing other stuff or whatever kind of raised their hand like, yeah, I just barely avoided a couple of orcs here 10 days ago, and one of the other ones like, yeah, you know, I've been here for 5 years and I've never had any issues until recently. So you're definitely getting that vibe from them. She's like, you know, there's the map room that we all turn our stuff into, but you know, sometimes when they're working on putting it all together, they don't necessarily take all the details. So you know, I don't have a lot. Each of us kind of tends to travel with our own you know, and then she like holds up one of these little scraps of map. You know, each of us tends to kind of travel with our own and update our own, and you know, that way no one has everything in case they ever get caught or whatever. But you know, I'm happy to share with you what I've got. And Max is like, yeah, me too. And then like one of the other guys is like, yeah, you know, you can, I guess you can take a look at mine too. And then the other three kind of like, you know, again, they're just like, they're more just like not really interested in this. And then Sarah's like, and they'd be happy to help too. You know, kind of leans into it a little bit. So they kind of sigh, and you know, one of them's like, well, actually, you know, I'm supposed to be off for the next little bit, so I actually have mine buried. And you know, it like kind of tries to pass it off, which, you know, may or may not be legitimate, but she's like, and they'll be happy to help too. He's like, all right, fine. He goes and like trudges off to, you know, wherever he's got his stuff cached away. So otherwise, you know, they just kind of chatter with you. They offer you some water. It appears to be clean. They don't have a whole lot, you know, it's not like they've got like a pig on roast or anything like that, but but they've got a little bit of food, and just kind of generally make chit chat with you as they kind of get their various like map scraps. So I guess do you have anything? Do you have a way to record stuff? Do you want to just try and like remember? Like, how would you like to utilize that?
I don't know if I have anything to record, to be honest. Would I have, if I did, would I have time to do that, or is that?
Well, so I'd probably essentially have you make like a dexterity roll just to kind of see, like, you know, as you're kind of, because you know you don't have a ton of time, so as you're kind of like rushing your way through trying to like copy stuff down, kind of like how good of a job you do, you know, or if you want to try and like memorize it, it would be the same thing. I'd have you make like an intelligence check to kind of try and like you know, try and burn that image into your mind, or those images into your mind as best as you can.
Yeah, maybe I'll try to copy it down like a rough sketch if I can.
Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't generally be something that people just travel with, but also it is the type of thing that we, you know, didn't necessarily like get into the super fine minutia of what like you know, random little things you guys had. So what actually I can answer this question. Just like, let me look at your character sheet. Okay, I just want to make sure you didn't have like 8 intelligence or something, because it's gonna be like, it'd probably be a little bit less likely that you'd you know, be going out of your way during this like medieval era to be engaging with like written stuff. But Ava's actually a pretty smart cookie, so yeah, I think that's fine. We could say you know, you've got a little bit of you know, now it might matter, so what would that be to you? You know, we can kind of like retcon it and say that you've always had it, but like, would you have like papyrus? Would it be more of like an you know, like a vellum, like a animal based product? You know, what do you think that would look like for her?
Yeah, I was just thinking like a very, very small amount of papyrus, just, I don't know, something that she like got along the way, and it's like, you know what, this might be handy, and just kind of threw it in her.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of, you know, just kind of reeds and cattails and like generally river reeds along the river as it descends from Capstone. So that would be one of the more prominent types of like written medium in this area. So that works just great. You know, and then you probably have some sort of like charcoal pencil sort of thing. You know, as far as writing goes. So yeah, go ahead. I'll let you choose. Would you like to spend more time with, you know, like 1 or 2 of them, or like less time trying to kind of transcribe all of them?
I would say more time, just like 1 or 2 of them. I think like maybe going with like maybe what Max and Sarah have.
Okay.
Since they were like,
You see, so like Max like very excitedly like holds his up or whatever, and there's like not very much on it. He's probably got a little bit more enthusiasm than everyone else, but maybe maybe hasn't quite figured out how to channel that into results just yet.
doodles on the side. Some doodles on the side.
Yeah, exactly. And he looks a little younger to you, like you get it. Yeah, let's go ahead and make just make me a dexterity check. So roll d20 and add your dex to it.
Oh,
Dang.
let's go.
All right.
23.
So you sit down with Sarah's and like just really start whipping through it. And it's not a super complex thing, right? But you want to be careful because they're not, none of these people are like map makers. Like that's not their job. So it's probably not perfect, but they've put some time into trying to guesstimate, range, like distances of things and whatnot. So you sit down to spend some time with it, and then you're like, this is actually like, you kind of get a system, right? For like, okay, like I can see, kind of like there's like little scratches along her notes here and there where you kind of pick up on like, oh, that's probably a mile. And, and then she kind of walks you through like, oh, and like, this little symbol means that and whatever. So once you kind of get it down, you really just kind of fly through it like this. You're like, oh man, we should be doing this like back home. What the heck? And you actually manage to, like, it just clicks for you, you just get it. And then you weren't planning on using Max's after he held it up to you because there wasn't, a whole lot to it. But he seems like a nice kid and you don't want to do him wrong. And you actually flew through that other one so fast that you just kind of like flip over your piece of papyrus and just whip through his really fast too, if nothing else, because you don't want him to feel left out. And then you have enough time if you want to talk to one of the other guys to do theirs as well.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe like someone besides Max or Sarah, right?
Yeah. I mean, okay. Unless you want to try and do something else with theirs.
No, that's fine. Actually, maybe I'll just make my way back to the group. Would I pass Bridget on the way back to the group?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, she's out and about, right? Like her whole purpose in coming here is to like, I don't know, kind of like audit behavior, check on supplies, like make sure people are like that patrols are happening, that any new recruits are being integrated. Like she's an administrator. As you learned, she's also a very capable combatant, but her role primarily is as an administrator. So she's not just like sitting on a throne up at the top of the tower. She's like around, like checking on horses, like, oh, like this one's injury hasn't recovered, like we can't put it back into service, and and then like over here, or like checking on the cooks to make sure that they have enough food. So she's definitely around. There's no reason you couldn't catch her and talk to her.
Okay, yeah, I would just want to say to her, Knight Commander Bridget, whatever the equivalent of like, I know like sir and ma'am, like, when like you accidentally say sir and it's a ma'am, or like vice versa. Well, she does that, so she says the wrong one.
Sure.
Bridget, she just like struggles. We won't let you down. I'm ready for this trip, and we're gonna get out there. And then tries to like, I don't know, stand tall and look strong. And then
yeah, give a little square your shoulders
walks
up.
Away. Yeah, and like lets out a deep breath of nerves and makes her way back to the group.
Okay. So as you've observed her, you know that she's not unkind or anything by any means, but she tends to be a bit brusque. She tends to be a bit short with people. But although you cringe briefly as you say sir instead of ma'am, and then correct yourself, and you're kind of like, but she actually she sees you and recognizes you, and she was very complimentary of your performance during the battle and whatnot. So she just straight up laughs it off. She's like, you can call me whatever you want. A lot of these crusty old timers get too caught up in the structure of things, and I have no doubt that you'll do your best. If your performance the other day is anything to go by, I look forward to hearing how your expedition goes. And then very much kind of like hustles off, like she, not in an unkind way, but she's just, she's on a timeline, like she's on a, she's overworked and underpaid. So
perfect.
All right. So yeah, let's give one more check-in with. Whoa, the heck was that?
Heck is what?
I don't know. I just saw something weird just happened along like the right side of the Talespire capture.
I saw that as well.
Okay. Did it happen? Did you see it in the stream, or did it happen in Talespire?
Stream.
Weird. Okay. Well, hopefully
I didn't see it in
something's
Talespire at all. It was just like a white bar, like the side of another window.
Oh, did you just move something, sweetie?
Oh, it might be mine.
Yeah, she might have just barely moved something into the third monitor. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, oh god, something's breaking again. No. All right. So that's all taken a little bit of time to happen. So I think we can safely say that oh shoot, I tabbed out of my notes on accident. Captain Samuel makes his way back up, and he looks young to be in a command position, but not like, it's not like a 15-year-old or anything like that. Just a little bit on the younger side as far as captains go, but he seems competent. He left while you were talking with Jordan. He came back a few minutes later, like with someone to do the job. The person came, they did the job. He gave, he micromanaged it a little bit maybe, but broadly speaking, did what you asked him to do. Somewhere along the line, like Jordan, moved on to left the room to do some other stuff, and then Samuel presents you with kind of the best facsimile that he can. Although you do notice that it it has things on it, but also well, actually, make me a spot check before I just barf that out.
Who?
Alendite, sorry.
Minus. That's a 0.
Oof.
Magnificent. So he gives you a map. You give it a quick glance. It looks good to you. I guess was there anything else that you wanted to try and accomplish with with the
just as
officers?
these, I guess, marking everything over, I'm kind of inquisitive, and what's that one for? And what does that one mean? And those little things there, that's does that mean it's going in that direction?
So he's so Samuel, are you saying that to the scribe or to Samuel?
I guess whoever would be scribing it over.
Okay.
As their
MLS as the person hits him over the head. Well, actually, perfect opportunity to use, those of you that have not seen them before, the mood dice. Let's see what mood our scribe is in. Oh dear.
Never have to roll with these.
That's a difficult one to interpret. No, I got it. So this guy is actually super excited to use his artistic skill, because normally these people are all doing very basic, they're doing basic laborer type work for the most part. So he's like, oh heck yeah, I get to do my thing. And then so he's actually really excited to be there initially, and then as you start poking more at him, he's just getting more and more annoyed. He's at first it's oh yeah, this one means that and whatever, and then but over the course of the whatever half hour or so that it takes him to do this, it's kind of slowly morphing more towards somewhere between like I'm tired of answering your questions and also like essentially are you disrespecting my authority? Like, so as that's kind of happening, do you just want to press on anyway, or do you want to leave him to his own devices?
I guess just for the lore and the experience, just to say that I'm trying to learn topography and understand each marking as best I can, to memorize with avail the map as best I can, to interpret it and say it to the others. Just make it sound like I know what I'm doing.
Is that actually what you're doing, or is that a lie?
Yes.
Sorry, I was giggling. I missed the answer to that.
That is exactly what I'm doing.
Okay. Make a diplomacy check. See if you can kind of soothe his attitude a little bit. As
Oh, come on.
Oh.
It's 8 minutes. That's a 4.
Okay, I forgot you do at least have a positive to that, but still, it depends a little bit on the roll, but usually anything less than a 5 actually further decreases someone's attitude with diplomacy. So, but as hilarious as that is, hold on, I'm trying to think how to interpret that really quickly. Because what you said makes sense. Okay, no, I got it. So he, you say that to him, and you actually see him kind of cool his jets a little bit. He's still, maybe a little bit less excited than he was at the beginning, but he cools his jets a little bit, and then finishes what he's doing. Explains things to you as he goes, and then when Samuel comes back to like collect it from him to give to you, he like essentially starts yelling at his manager like what kind of BS is this? Like I'm not a teacher, like I have my own jobs to do, like why did you put me in charge of drawing a map for somebody that doesn't even know how to use it? Kind of just is like laying into Samuel a little bit for like this is I was excited to come and do this, but I feel like you took advantage of me to come and like baby this guy, is like kind of the thesis of the rant. Are you just like awkwardly gonna sit there and watch that?
So put my head down.
All right. At first Samuel kind of tries to cool his jets, the scribe's jets a little bit, and then eventually he's like, "Look, we needed you to do it. You did it. It got you out of I don't know, whatever. It got you out of chopping lumber for an hour to get out of here, get out of my face before I like submit you for actual discipline." And then the guy kind of like snaps up a little bit. And is like, all right, fair enough. Bye, and kind of like skedaddles out of the room. And then Samuel, sorry, want to make sure I'm using all the right names. Samuel gives a bit of a tired half smile, and he's like, "Look, I'm sorry about that. It's probably not fair to both of you to put you into that situation, but I know you guys are trying to leave, and I didn't exactly have time to go and hire you a private tutor to learn topography or map making or anything. So hopefully this is good enough with the time frame that we had to work with, and hopefully you guys can find us some more information that's that'll help make these even better." And kind of like holds it out to you like a little bit apologetically, like he feels bad that the guy was like yelling about you in front of you.
That's wonderful. That's great. Thank you. Something is better than nothing. It'll help lead us in any direction.
All right. Anybody else have any thoughts as far as things that you want to wrap up before you guys head out?
Nope.
We're good.
Nope.
Okay.
We're just me and Scar just in a very heated discussion.
Yes.
Very excited.
Okay. And obviously, you're like it's a private discussion, and that's okay. But is there like, did you sneak away for this? Is there?
Oh yeah, we were kind of off, like away from the group.
Just a little bit, not like really far suspiciously away, but just took a couple steps away to discuss things in depth.
All right.
Privately. Yeah.
Okay. So all told, this is going to leave you guys. You're leaving relatively late, right? Like it's 1:30 to maybe even closing it on 3 o'clock. It's like solidly mid-afternoon at this point. You can travel any time of day. There's nothing wrong with that. Usually you travel during daytime just because that's what's convenient. But do you want to try and do, because like a whole day's travel is 8 hours. Do you want to try and do a whole day's travel, which would put you traveling into the night? Or do you want to just travel until nightfall and then start fresh tomorrow?
I think we should just go till night. That's what I think. But
Yeah, there's no point in pushing. I come
Might
out,
as
yeah, I
well.
come out with the map and I say, considering we have this and we know what we're doing and our job is to scout, I don't think we should push too hard.
also, I don't think any of
just
us
to be
can see
clear,
the
it
dark,
wouldn't be
really.
force marching. Like you wouldn't literally be pushing because you have up to 8 hours to like do the thing.
Pushing.
Mhm.
So yeah, so if that's still what you want to go with, like fine. I just wanted to be clear. Like you wouldn't be like force marching after nightfall. It would just be.
But
We would just
with
camp.
the scouting, would that add extra time to our movement?
Not exactly. I mean, you're not like you're not in like dense jungle or anything. Like it's forest, but it's not
Okay.
like you're not like bushwhacking.
Mhm.
So yeah, so up to you guys. I just wanted to make that clear.
I mean, the earlier we leave, the quicker we can get back to Capstone is my thought.
I concur.
Well, yeah, we're gonna leave now, but like when we stop for the day, like we'd stop at nighttime because I don't know about the rest of you, but I can't see when it's dark.
Correct.
The real question is,
would
can
also
Alan
probably
Dyke
help.
see now?
No.
Wait, why did we just pin Looney's message that says poke check?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I do that. Oh, I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
The pin message is so like if you hover over it, it's right there.
Yeah,
So like
no, I know. It's just like, wait, is this something special happening or? Okay, so leave now. Get maybe probably about a half day's travel in, and then camp is what I'm hearing.
yeah.
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
Awesome. Who's gonna lead this little parade?
Well,
Oh, I'll
I kind
lead.
of wave the map in my hand and say, I have this, but the guy couldn't properly explain it to me. So, is anyone good with topography?
I think I could do it because I can because I have points in the thingy.
In survival.
Yes, the thingy.
Yeah.
Also, you haven't yet, and that's okay, but I just figured I'd check. Is Ava going to inform them that she has this extra little tool, or is that just going to be kind of her thing for now?
Yeah, I was gonna kind of like jump and like hold the little piece of papyrus in the air and be like, "Look what I got!" and kind of like show the group excitedly
What is
my
it?
Ooh, what's
little
that?
hand-drawn map.
Ooh.
I talked to some other scouts in the camp here, and they all kind of keep their own maps on them, and I kind of was able to copy them, and I got a little bit of a map here, some notes.
More
Okay.
maps
You
is
could
better than
compare
no
it with
maps.
this one and see if it could be improved.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So as you guys kind of side by side, the two of them, you see that the one that Ava has is much more of a snapshot of like a smaller area, whereas the one that Alan Dyke has is more of a overview. So it doesn't have hers is more detailed. His is a little more broad strokes. Go ahead. I guess anybody who is, but especially the two of you, go ahead and make just an intelligence check to see if you can kind of, kind of like match up where Ava's fits in there.
That's a 12.
I'll try. Why not? I have 14.
Hey, there we go. Roboto.
Oh,
If only
Roboto's got
somebody
it. He's
asked
smart.
me.
What did you say, Rubato?
We're doing it
only
together,
someone asked
Roboto.
So that's a dirty 20, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. So yeah, you
It's almost like I know something about parchment.
Right.
So yeah, after you guys struggle with it for a moment or whatever, Rubato just comes over, it's like, and just like, grabs it and like kind of like sets it down like, right here, duh.
Can you see how this lines up right here with this with the waterways?
Right. When you turn it the right direction, it helps a lot, that sort of deal. But yeah, you can see that the bit that Ava got rather is way more detailed, which makes sense for what it is. But the one that Alan Dyke got is like, very broadly kind of like denotes like and also it's worth pointing out not all the symbols and everything match up. Like you kind of get the sense that like, there's a general language to it, but not everyone, like there isn't a universal language to it. So each of them probably has some of their own kind of like shorthand as far as like what this means or what that means or whatever. But for the most part, you're able to kind of pair them up with Rubato's help there. And you see that Alan Dice is a little bit more like, the notes are things more like thick trees here, foothills here, plains here, like a little bit of a topographical map as well. Certainly not anything as developed as like what we would think of when we think of a topo map. But you can see a little bit, of course, like the mountain itself is obviously very, very high, but you can see there's a few, there's some foothills here, and there's like a valley over there and whatnot. And then Ava's is like much more specifically. We got that. Oh, zoomed in one. There we go. Ava's is a lot more specifically kind of. Let's see, how can I describe this? So the part of the forest that you can see on the map on stream, how it's kind of like it's got like a bump, right? And essentially like right down below, directly below where it says Game Master, it's got like a little bump. So it's kind of in that area, like where the bump is, and is like much more detailed and has a couple of like to the point where it has like game trails and like notes about like both identified and unidentified footprints that they found in various areas. And like hers was much more of like half like map with like with symbols and whatever, and then actually like there's like some writing as well that she copied over that that describes like some of the things that Sarah found in this area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
Do
looking at this,
any of the maps have? Oh, sorry. Do any of the maps have like orcish, like orc sightings on them? Like orcs might be here, or like areas where it's like don't go here.
No, actually they don't, which is like
Okay.
so you notice that. Do you comment on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you point that out, and then Alan Dite And then like press it up against Alandide's faceplate. No, I'm just joking. I'm assuming he doesn't have his helmet on right now. But you know, as Alandide actually like kind of looks at it a little bit more, then you're like, wait a minute, this doesn't have a bunch of the stuff on it that the other one had.
What I think the plan should be is we'll mark those on the way, but this detailed part we'll definitely investigate.
Well,
But, when we're talking about the captains, that no, our job is to make those marks that there is no encampment scoutings yet.
Because Bahir hasn't seen that map yet, so like you don't know that there was information that was not copied over. You just know that the map that you are looking at does not have any notes about that.
Okay. So we don't have any like information about where orcs might be then,
No.
other than
that was our job.
southeast. Well, okay.
Well, yeah, which would be northeast of where you currently are.
Yeah. Okay.
Now on these maps, these are all local relative to Kellen Tower, correct?
Yeah.
Any notation on there about gnomes by chance?
No, there wouldn't be here.
All right. So we just head on north, whatever direction,
Yeah,
and
but
hope we
let's
stumble across some
these
orcs.
details as we go.
Say again, Alandite, sorry.
So let's head out and we could hash out those details as we go.
Okay. So yeah, so who's gonna actually navigate for you guys? I know, yeah, exactly. Rubato's done a bang up job of that in the past.
Yeah, I second
I'm
that.
really good at it.
Rubato, you lead. I'll keep a close behind.
I think Abe should probably actually lead, not Urbato.
What? I mean, it's fair as long as we're going with one of us short folk.
Are you really gonna be, I don't know, heightist?
Okay, are you guys ready? I think it's time to head out.
I'll help you though, okay?
Sure.
All right, make us a survival check, Ava.
Okay.
What do I do to help?
Oh dear.
Want to help me read this map since the other person was unable to
begins.
teach me?
No, because I'm helping Ava.
That's
I thought he did teach you, but he just got angry about having to do it.
A bit of both.
This is what
A bit
happened.
of both, yeah.
If you can't teach, then you don't truly know.
All right, so Ava, that was what was your total?
11.
11. Okay, and then yeah, Mendez, go ahead and roll to aid another. Or sorry, Rubato. What would that make your total survival check?
For survival, that is an 8.
And do you have knowledge geography?
Nope.
Awesome.
I do. Wait, you're minus survival and you wanted to lead?
Yes.
Don't question.
And Alan died
Rubato.
agreed.
Just
I
don't
have-
question.
I've got bonuses to nature knowledge.
What was that, Skabosh?
I said we don't question. We just let Rubato kind of.
So what was Rubato's final?
8.
8? Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, you only need a 10 to actually help, but
Can I help, or is only one other person that can?
no, anybody can. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to help.
Yeah.
I have Well, I got. Oh, I'm Aldine's
Elongate's
horse.
horse.
Yeah, why are you
Like,
rolling as
that was the
Aldine's horse?
I just clicked on it on accident.
Horse,
So
I'm
that's
telling
a
you.
6. So I got a 9.
Nope. All right.
Horse, I'm telling you, it's this way. Stop fighting.
The horse is just trying to like go towards the really grassy patch.
Yeah. I'm literally arguing with the horse.
Mm.
Ava's like, no, seriously, over here.
That's great. Getting lost already before we even leave.
I remember when I said like a 10-day trip for us. I think I wanted to change that answer
That
to
was
like
generous.
So
yeah, I think like 20 days.
here's the thing, right? They're as hilarious as it is, right, to just be like, oh, you guys rolled bad. You go in the totally opposite direction. There's some very obvious landmarks here, right? So we're not exactly rolling like success or failure. We're kind of rolling more like degree of success. Like that upstream. Like, hold on, map up again. That upstream is northeast. Like, also, if you just like raise your head a little bit more, there's a big mountain there called Capstone. So like, it's not like you're gonna go the totally wrong direction or something like that. It's more of just kind of like how good of a job Ava does at kind of like interpreting all that. Like, is this gonna be however you want to think of the best path? Like, is it going to be the easiest, or is it going to be the most effective at like going by places where orcs might be, or like whatever kind of like our definition of best is. But we're more kind of rolling for like how well do we pursue that goal.
I'm telling you, the best route is through this patch of brambles.
So, but anyway, yeah. So, like, you guys don't know, right? I mean, that's one of those things we have to keep in mind, right? Like, we don't, like, Ava didn't pull out dice and roll them in game. That's like, that is how we are mechanically representing like the route calculation that is happening in Ava's head. So, you guys just know, like, she is a scout. Probably using her to navigate is going to be good. She takes a look at all the maps and everything. Rubato comes over and helps interpret them for her, and she's like, all right, like, here's my plan. We're going to go this way for this long, and then kind of dog like that way, and you're all like, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, honestly, great example. Great Orange in chat said, so they went to Spain instead of Portugal. Like, yeah, that's kind of the point. I mean, obviously those are very large landmarks, so it's not like you're gonna miss by a whole country, but like, you will still be close to more or less what you wanted. It's just not gonna be perfect. So, yeah, out we go. The first little bit here, actually, I'll just leave the map up for the moment because there isn't anything specific that we need to be able to see where we are. The actual tower itself is on the south side of the river. So you have to, I never really thought of that. Does that match up correctly on, south/east, right? Does that match up in the map? It does. That's dumb luck, but I'll take it. Which is kind of annoying because most people travel up on the north bank, so that somewhere along the line they have to cross. And there's a few crossings to accomplish that. But for what you guys are doing, that's handy because you don't need to cross because you're near the tower here, so you're already on kind of that east/south bank of the river. And you head off. For the first little bit here, it's easiest to just kind of follow along the mountains, like the foothills of the mountains, before you kind of turn into the forest. So it's relatively easy going for the first little bit here. You can see, on the map, it's not a perfect representation, but much like it is in Talespire, there's intermittent underbrush and a copse of trees here, or like I don't know what's between copse and forest, but like a small forest, for lack of a better word, there and whatnot. But you're able to on relatively flat, relatively open ground, travel without issue for at least for your first couple of hours until probably around mealtime ish, as the sun's starting to get a little bit lower, at which point like Ava turns you a little bit more northward towards the forest, and you guys make your way into the forest. around the time that you're doing that, just kind of a gentle like rain, kind of a spit, starts to roll in, kind of over the mountains, and you're grateful for the cover of the trees. It's not torrential or anything, like it's not awful to be out in, but still the trees help keep you a little bit more dry than you would be. And I guess, do you want to stop to eat, or do you want to kind of just power through until it's night and then eat a little bit later?
Power through.
Yeah,
Is what Bahir wants to do.
Yeah.
Should we split up to cover more ground?
No.
I don't think so. We can eat and walk. Eat while we're walking.
Do we have stuff to eat? Like, we could,
We have rations.
I mean,
I have
some of us have
rations.
rations.
Several of us picked up rations.
we'll have
before we
to
left.
hunt tomorrow.
Some of us will have to hunt tomorrow.
Yes.
I think everybody had some. It was just I think either very few or none of you had like enough for the whole thing. Is my recollection.
I've got just about enough.
I'd rather do the hunting when we're fresh and we can, rather than when we're exhausted and can't.
Okay. So yeah. So are you guys going to try to hunt tonight's meal? Is that what you're thinking?
No, I think we were hunting tomorrow. Were we not?
Sorry, I was
Yeah,
also responding to a
I think,
DM.
yeah,
so...
we've already hunted for today. Yeah, so tomorrow would make sense.
Okay. Yeah, easy enough. Obviously things are a little bit slower in the forest, but at the same time, it's you're still not bushwhacking. It's just we've gone from like literally open flat ground to some obstacles. So you feel like your overall pace has slowed a bit, but you're still making reasonably good time at this point. The forest is not.
During our journeys, do we see anything obvious as far as encampments or foot traffic?
Nothing obvious, no. If you want to, like search for footprints or try and track or whatever, you can, but that does impact your move speed.
What does the group think? I mean, it is our job.
I mean, can I just stop every once in a while and use my smell? Like, is the wind blowing? Because I can use my spell and sent out I guess it's kind of close though.
Yeah, I think it's
I could
60 feet.
if an orc has been around, I can smell that.
Sure. Yeah, make a survival check. I mean, I know that it kind of just happens, but I still think there's some degree of, was the wind favorable or not, or kind of that sort of
It's
thing.
a 13.
Yeah, you're not experiencing anything particularly noteworthy as smells go. It's you smell things that you would.
I didn't mean to roll again.
Oh, you're good. It's things that you would expect to smell, in a forest. It still has a very rocky, kind of that, I don't know, abrupt smell, for lack of a better word, of rock and stone, because you're still kind of just getting past that really rocky foothill area, or bouldery, I guess, not necessarily rocky. The rain is maybe obscuring things a little bit, but as you kind of sniff around and kind of cast your glance around, you don't see any footprints in the area or smell anything that seems concerning.
Okay.
Are we in an area that, via Ava's map that we had looked over previously, that the scouts had heavily traveled previously? Does this look like, from what I had seen anyways, outside of an area that they would have searched already?
So none of the maps that you guys got had like demarcation about that sort of stuff. If you want to make an intelligence check as to why or whatever, you're welcome to. But
I would love to.
Sure.
I'd say that's pretty good. That's going to be a 20. Dirty, of course.
Yeah, so as as you guys are kind of traveling around and you're kind of having those thoughts of like like this is kind of weird that like they sent us out here to do this without giving us any of that info. It's a combination of a little bit is like they just don't have a whole lot of that info because it wasn't really something that a whole lot of resources were being committed to until recently. But more specifically, you're like they have to have some, right? Like not literally zero. But there's nothing on the maps that you guys got. It's like, why is that? It's just been kind of, rolling over in your mind as you've been walking and whatnot. And then finally it hits you and it's like, it's probably especially right. Did Ava, you kind of told them how you got your little map, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of clicks for you and you're like, oh, this is a little bit dark, but they probably don't just want to send everyone out there with like all of the most up-to-date intelligence that they have in case they get captured or killed. Almost a little bit of a spy kind of mindset. I mean, functionally that's what you're doing, right? It's just you don't know exactly where they are to spy, so we're calling it scouting, but kind of that.
But from the information we did gather, this doesn't seem like an area that they had marked as previously scouted or anything like that.
I mean, it's all been scouted to various degrees, right? Like it's not that big of an area. But it's more of, think of like radar, right? As you see the thing that like swoops around and then it like updates with info. So they're always wanting to update info. Like, are we, is there activity here or there? Is there, I don't know, whatever, like, because a lot of what they're doing is very utilitarian as well. So like, are we noticing major changes in the amount of wildlife that's available? Like, are we in danger of not being able to maintain our garrison? Like, did anybody find, like an area of timber that would be especially good to log for, the building of weapons or fortifications? That's a lot more of what was being tracked until recently. Right. So there are notes about that stuff. Absolutely. They just, hadn't really been, like looking for what you guys are now looking for.
Right. Okay. So in that case, then, when Alendite isn't looking, I'm going to cast Ghost Sound over his opposite shoulder to make the sound of the sound of an orc that I had heard previously. Although I guess it would have been we did meet orcs. So yeah, the sound of an orc over his shoulder.
Are you doing that now, or are you doing that kind of like as you guys settle into camp, or
just as we're kind of slowly trekking through the forest looking for clues? Yeah.
Okay. Make a hide check. Just kind of like surreptitiously step behind a tree that was in your way or whatever, so you can do it without him seeing.
Oh!
Oh my god.
That is a 30.
Okay.
We all know my spot check's not going to do anything.
Does that spell include a verbal component?
I'm sure Ghost Sound does. I have to look that one up though.
Yeah, the sound of the ghost.
The ghost of Alendite pooping his pants.
I'm getting it. I'm looking it up. Hold on. Verbal somatic material. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So, make a we would always joke about this. I call it a sleight of face check. When you're trying to like kind of do something surreptitiously, kind of with your voice or with your face. But no, go ahead and make a make a Constitution check, where higher will still be better, even though you're trying to be quiet. But kind of like, how well do you modulate your voice? Because like spellcasting is difficult, right? That's the whole thing. You have to wave your fingers in a certain way. You have to move your arms in
my
a certain.
strong point. Good luck.
You have to move your arms in a certain way, you know, etc. So as you're doing that, what's your total?
That's a 10 flat.
Just 10. Okay.
Yep.
So not bad. You know, you're certainly not like yelling at Avacadabra, but you know, it's not exactly the
orc,
quietest whisper of a gnat either.
It sounds like a kid orc.
No. This is for you surreptitiously chanting the spell.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
So Alan Dyke, go ahead and give us a listen check. Listen check. There's no way you're gonna see it because he just rolled way better than that. Even a natural 20 wouldn't beat him.
Hey, can Fort stop going up? I'm pretty sure that's a 0.
Oh.
Amazing.
Oh,
yep.
dear.
You have no idea. If we really want to, we can go and determine if anyone else saw or heard it, but that feels like a little bit of a waste of time. So, because you're specifically playing a prank on
-4,
Alan
that's
Knight,
0.
so.
I was really hoping you would actually roll a natural 20 just to see how Merc would play that, but
So yeah, you know, you've decided to push through dinner time. You know, you're starting to get a little tired, a little hungry. Certainly not exhausted by any means, but it's still been a long day. You guys did a lot of just a lot of stuff. You did a lot of peopling today. We're out in the wilderness now. Alan Dyke's you know, clanging his way around. And then you hear just a little bit over the sound of your most recent footfall. You hear like grunting that sounds orcish to you.
Ooh, how does Amina react?
would I mean?
That's hilarious.
Mm.
She's a light horse, right?
Yeah.
I'm always happy to go down a rabbit hole. She has. Wait. Oh, there it is. She has a will save of +2. I mean, that's fine. You know, as you hear it, like she definitely doesn't like panic or anything, but you know, she's like startled by it, so she kind of like whips her head around and like, you know, horses generally for that kind of thing, from what I understand at least, I'm certainly not an equestrian, but they don't really like pin their ears back in the way that like a cat or a dog does. Their ears, from what I've seen, always tend to be more kind of like they focus, right? So you know, so her ears kind of like whip around. She like turns her head and like stops in her tracks briefly, but you're not like bucked, or you know, she's not like running off or anything like that.
Does she seem focused in a location?
Nah, more of just a general direction.
Yeah, like 10 feet approximately over your left shoulder. Yeah.
Okay, I draw my sword and I motion everyone to stop and stay alert.
Does Rubato obey that?
No, he just giggles and keeps walking.
All right. Make me a sense motive check, Alan Dyke.
Oh,
Come on!
Have you rolled double digits yet?
No, I hate you.
And actually, no, I have no modifier. It's just a straight.
Well, at least that one was a straight roll.
So yeah, you don't hear him or pick up on it, but at the same time, you can't help but notice, regardless of exactly how you interpret it, that Rubato is completely unfazed by this orc that you've heard, and despite his relatively minimal survivability, it seems completely nonplussed about the fact that there's an orc near you.
I mean, to be fair, Rubato was pretty oblivious in normal circumstance.
in a more stern and commanding voice, I tell him to immediately stop moving and stay alert. We're surrounded, like completely overreacting.
How does everyone else feel about this?
Yeah, what's everyone doing?
Do we all hear the sound?
Yeah, I would have heard it.
Oh yeah,
right?
you absolutely hear the sound. If we really want to mess with it, we can go back and
Okay.
roll and whatnot to see if you saw Rubato messing with them. But I think
I pass by Rubato and I say, "Be nice."
Yeah, I was gonna say I think we can just say anybody who doesn't have a negative modifier probably either saw or heard him.
Let's play nicely, Rubato.
Well, that's no fun.
I would like you to survive the trip back to Capstone.
Me? You do recall what happened to Alendite last time he came knocking on my door. Just saying.
Yes, but you also almost died to an orc during this last fight.
Well, yeah, that was an orc, not Alendite.
Uh-huh. Okay, let's just play nicely.
I also think you shouldn't be wasting resources that you might need to survive.
All right,
Come on, that's what ghost sound is made for, isn't it?
all right.
Like, I feel like it would be more helpful to use ghost sound to like distract orcs if we come across them to look the other way. But,
That's a good point. That is a good point. I've got some toys for that, though.
mm.
All right. Come on, let's keep going.
So Alendite, like you presumably hear them having that conversation. Like, how do you feel about that?
Oh, I'm pretty ticked off.
Are you just gonna kind of like
the ranks?
yeah, just like angry stomp as you guys keep marching?
Yep.
Okay.
Probably a little too close to my short frame as you go past.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Rubato. I just stopped in that puddle next to you and got your vest dirty. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So
it's Taylor when we get back to town.
It's like having me in a side trot and bump.
Ooh. Oh, no.
Orange just said, "Wait, Alendite is actually there." What? He was sitting so still. It has been fun to joke about, but also if you're like dying and you need to take the helmet off, we're probably gonna do a break here pretty soon. Please don't feel obligated to wear the whole thing the whole time.
Like I swear, Amlas is in the background using your microphone, and the only time I can tell you're actually there is when I see the paper come up in front of you.
All right. So that was probably 90 or so minutes until like an hour and a half until you're planning on winding things down. It does it does get darker slightly earlier inside the canopy of the trees, but broadly speaking, sunset's still kind of when you expect it to be. So you push on a little bit. Give us Ava or whoever wants to, but presumably Ava, give me a survival check to just kind of generally like find a good campsite.
Can I help
Sure.
with that?
We know how Ava rolls, though. She's just saving all the murder or
7.
something.
Oh wait, actually that's 8. But
13 for me.
Alendite rolls
good
that.
at finding
Alendite.
guys.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, crud. I can't. There's an ad break. I can't snooze.
Yeah, boy.
If there's one thing I know, it's camping.
Hey, Anubi said, as a new viewer to the D&D streams just coming in, I'd assume that Alendite just didn't want to be on camera, so it was just a still of a guy wearing a suit of armor.
Oh, no. No, that's legit.
It's not even that, Anubi. It's literally a cardboard cutout.
Amazing. All right.
Totally do that though.
That's amazing.
So, you guys poke around a little bit, and eventually Ava's, has to kind of break it to you guys, like, sorry, I'm just not really finding like a super good spot to camp, but I guess here's the best we've got. We've got a little bit more tree cover here. So, you start breaking down camp. It's not raining hard enough to like stop you from making a fire or anything. So do you want to make a fire?
Yeah.
Oh,
I start making a fire.
Tent, everything.
Okay. So, it takes a while, right, to get out and set up tents and find a bit of dry kindling and small sticks and whatnot to start a fire. And so it takes you probably an hour or so to kind of get everything set up there. And then, you get it set up as best you can, get some food going, kind of start to, bed down for the night or what have you. You've got you don't really have time for downtime activities like you normally would because you still did go a bit later than normal, right? It's usually more of kind of like an 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. sort of deal. So then you would do like your downtime activities after that, but you guys probably went until 8 or 9 p.m. So you've got a little bit of time for like just whatever, but you don't like Owl Night. You probably don't have time to like train with the horse today or that sort of thing.
Oh, at night? What about in the morning?
I mean, if you can convince everyone else that that's worth not leaving right away for, sure.
Hey, Rubato, what are you doing tomorrow morning?
Well, I've got to get my spell set. Takes about an hour or so.
Guess what? I have the perfect. Just sit still, and you can do something for me.
I wouldn't believe it, Roboto. Don't do it.
I suppose that depends on what.
Don't worry about it. Just sit still.
Oh dear.
I feel a little worried about this.
You should be.
Mm.
Remember I told you we used to play pranks on his brother.
I don't at this moment. I don't recall that. No.
You don't remember me talking about pretending to be a person of shadowy nature to fool his brother.
Nope. And
well,
I go
we used to do
closer
that.
to the fire.
Just a heads up.
Okay. Do we have enough firewood for the night?
I would watch my back if I were you.
I don't think we do, Roboto. Maybe you should go get some.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So I will light torch and go and collect more firewood.
Okay.
And I will sleep outside with the fire.
Just like under the trees as best you can.
No, just next to the fire.
Well, right, but the fire's still like under a canopy of trees, so it's not like getting rained on.
Yeah.
Okay.
He does not care. He's sleeping by the fire.
Sure. All right. So who's going to be on watch first?
I mean, I don't know how well I'm going to sleep, so I can be on watch.
Okay.
Scott?
I think we figured out
I'll
the
take-
order we were going to do
I'll
all
take
of our
a-
watches already, didn't we, though?
I'll take a watch.
We did. I don't know what it is.
I
off the top of my
usually
head.
do watch with whoever has the best observing, because y'all know me.
That's me. Perfect.
I think it was... I don't remember. I had it all written down.
Usually it's me with Rubato.
Yeah, it was Scaff,
And
Roboto,
I think
and
it's
then Ava, and then me and Alan died in the middle.
I think so.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think Ava was the only one competent enough to go solo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Ava kind of like nods.
Yeah.
Okay. So that would mean
Moment.
that everybody who's not on watch first, like you'd be going to bed now, or ish.
Mm-hmm.
So that leaves us. Who did we say first? Sorry. Bahir.
Ava.
No, first Roboto and Ska.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yes.
starting.
Oh,
Or sorry,
Roboto.
Rubato and Scott, not Bahir and Scott. Yeah, Rubato and Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me lay some random encounters on you, or some
No
random
thanks.
encounter rolls. That is. Yeah, I mean the ad break's running right now. I couldn't do anything about it. We just missed it. I was trying to like massage things so the on-camera break happened when the ad break hit, but then we had to stop and ghost sound. But it's okay.
You need to be more gentle with your massaging. Jeez. Getting too rough there.
But yeah, it's all right. It's not the end of the world. I don't think too many people are going to lose sleep tonight if they miss your camp preparation. So, all right. 1, 2.
You can watch it on YouTube on the Here There Be Monsters YouTube channel. Go subscribe right now.
Exactly.
That's my boy. That's my
At
boy.
youtube.com/Here There Be Monsters. Do you have that?
Thank you.
Did somebody link it? I feel like we should link it in chat while we're at it.
What is it? Exclamation social?
Socials will do the whole thing. YT will do just YouTube.
/Here There Be Monsters. Yeah.
So we should probably do both just to be safe.
And if you're on YouTube, go to twitch.tv/Here There Be Monsters.
It feels like Julia trudging through a plug of our merch back in the day. Okay, so Bahir and nope, I did it again. Rubato and Skabosh, then Bahir and Alandite, and then Ava.
Unless Ava wants to skip up in front of somebody.
Oh no, totally we should switch. Bahir and I should do the last watch and we could start training early.
That sounds fine.
There will be some impact to, of course, your observational abilities while you're doing that, but as far as like time management goes, that's fine.
Impact to observational skills. I don't know how much worse it could get.
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
My observation skills are already 0, so what could possibly be worse?
So I'm rolling a ride check. Yes.
Aren't they literally less than 0?
Potato.
All right. The first watch passes uneventfully. You Rubato and Skabosh, you carry on minor conversation or whatever, but not a ton happened today that you guys hadn't already talked about, because most of what was exciting happened early on, and then mainly you walked after that. So it's a little bit of a boring watch, but everything's good. And
I thought it was pretty exciting. I thought it was pretty exciting. So Scott, we're gonna do that thing when we get back. Is that?
Yes.
Do you think they have space?
Oh, my parents have space. It'll be fine. We got this.
I'm pretty sure I have the tools, but it's something we're gonna have to.
Like I said, it might have to be small batches.
Okay.
But I think we can make it work.
No, I've dabbled in it a little in the past, but I don't. This will be interesting.
We'll need jars.
Jars? Okay.
Yes, jars to put the stuff in, that we could just do it in batches.
Batches, okay.
Because we're not gonna be able to do vats. There's gonna be no way we can do vats overnight.
Yeah, their place isn't quite that big. Yeah.
No. Plus, some of it we're gonna have to do on the road while we're doing watches.
That's true. Wait, is Alandite awake?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so. Okay.
We should be fine. I love my friend dearly, but he is not the most observant.
Well,
But he's a good person.
I would imagine you like raise your voice as you say that too, just to prove the.
Specifically.
He means well. He's a good
zoned out for a second.
You like him when you get to know him.
Exactly. He's not so bad when you get to know him, like I have.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'm excited. This is going to be a new venture for us.
Yes.
Oh, we're moving maps.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Perfect.
Just gotta get you into the forest.
Our first encounter elements.
The forest encounter map, perhaps.
Yeah, just like we're not gonna. Oh wait, weird. This is waiting on GM for Pixie.
Yep. Have to get out and back in.
Let me do it again.
Yep, waiting on GM for me too.
Poppy.
I already did it. Summon players to board.
I'm
Here
here.
we go.
There we go.
That was weird. It's the same forest. I just didn't have a chance to like make a whole separate one, and honestly, it's a forest. Like I don't think there's not gonna be that much different in the general layout of a forest. So just pretend there's not a decimated goblin camp up there a little ways and whatnot.
As long as we're not climbing another ladder, we're fine.
Yep, just plot me a tent and I'm good to go.
So let's get a little ambiance. Oh, maybe not that much. I like that the game can go into like full night mode, but it's not super great for streaming when I put it into like super dark mode because you just can't really see much of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, light your torch. Too dark. I need more light.
We don't carry torches in our guild.
Well, I'll give you one of mine. Light some fire.
All right, fine. I'll light.
Thank you.
Really don't like being in the dark, do you?
Not exactly, no.
Wait, why did I get fired on?
Yeah, who shot you?
Who shot at me?
It didn't actually happen. I just Rubato requested it, or not Rubato. Bahir requested it. Whatever, one of them requested.
No, I didn't.
It's okay. Bahir requested it. I thought it was
Rubato,
funny.
why are you shooting?
Oh my!
I guess you shot me already a while back. But...
That's true. I probably shot every single one of you, and Merc just has not approved it. So for all I know, we could switch to a new map, and he just suddenly approves it, and you get shot. I don't know.
I'm trying to watch for it a little bit more since you asked about it. All right, so you guys watch, finish this up, and right before everyone else went to bed, they actually asked that you guys swap it up a little bit, and that you guys wake up Ava next. So you can do whatever you want.
I wake up Ava. I'll wake her up.
I make sure that the fire is nice and full before I go to sleep.
Man, those shadow guys really messed with you, didn't they?
You know, there was something wrong there, and yeah, I would just prefer, if I could, not to have that happen again. So I prefer just being in light.
You do know that like firelight makes shadows, right?
Yeah, but that's my shadow.
Okay, well, just throwing it out there.
No.
All right, let's just go get Ava up. Ava. Kind of poke Ava.
Well, now I'm
on the
worried. Like,
shoulder.
what if my own shadow?
I don't think your own shadow's going to attack Ava.
Ava,
wakey. Come on, Rubato. We need to go to bed now.
After I've gifted you with some existential dread, go to bed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay by the fire.
Okay.
So I'm gonna sleep right here.
Take his crossbow away, I say, in my sleep that I don't actually say.
Okay. All right, and then I meant to do this before, but Ava, just kind of at the start of your watch, go ahead and give me a spot and a listen check for your like general alertness here for your watch.
Okay, 2. Oh shoot, I let go of the 1.
That's okay.
Because yours will matter this time.
So 23 for spot.
Holy. Okay. Wait, spot, you have a +5 too. At least that's
Wait, what did I
have
roll?
down. You rolled a 16, I thought it was.
Oh wait,
no, you rolled an 18. Sorry. Wait, no, hold on. You've rolled twice. Your first roll was a 16.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So a 21 to spot, and then.
Oh.
Right, 16 + 5, I think.
Still nothing to laugh at.
7. Wait, unless I'm looking at it wrong.
Hold on. I can pull up your actual character sheet. I have like a cheat sheet that has everybody's like spot and listen and health and a couple of other things on it, so I might have just messed it up. D&D.
Did you update that when we leveled up?
I'm pretty sure.
Well, I think I was already level
Yeah, Ava was already level 2. That's true.
2, yeah.
Oh.
Yep, that's definitely a 7. I don't know why I put 5. My bad. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what I did. I must have copied some.
Survival's 5, which is right under. Maybe it was just like a.
Oh, yeah. I might have just missed by 1. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
Okay. The listen I did have corrected at +9, but yeah, I had the spot wrong.
Okay, I don't remember what I rolled for that second roll.
It was 18, but just so you know, in the top right,
yes,
there's a little book, and if you go to the book, it shows the history.
Perfect. Okay.
So 27 for listen. Jesus. Okay. And what at this point, you've had a chance to do this a couple times for the party. How does Ava pass the time while she's on watch by herself?
I guess, do I have anything to well, I guess that would be kind of loud. I was trying to think of possibly sharpening my blades or something, or maybe throwing them against something as practice would probably also be kind of loud.
I mean, not super loud, right? Like if you were sneaking up on somebody else's camp, you wouldn't want to be doing that. But you know, it's not like you're going to be rolling boulders down a mountain. You're going to be throwing pebbles at a tree.
Yeah, maybe some of that practicing, or kind of going through some of my even going through some of my sneaky moves.
Okay.
That sounds weird, but
no, I get you. Yeah, you're almost like playing soldier by yourself is almost kind of what I'm hearing there, right? You sneak around in the bush and then throw a rock at a tree and then go and hide behind the tent, and I mean you're still very much watching, but you're almost you're almost wargaming by yourself.
So, I'm picturing
the rock hitting the tree doesn't wake anyone up, does it?
What, sweetie?
Yeah.
So the rock hitting the tree doesn't wake anyone up, does it?
No. It wouldn't be loud enough for that. You're picturing what, Ava? Sorry.
I was gonna say Joaquin Phoenix water dancing in the new Joker, but less creepy. Weird, but kind of some of the going through the motions.
Right. I like it. Okay. As you kind of do that, and you're having a good time. There's nothing saying that you can't have fun and do your job at the same time, right? As you make your way around and you're enjoying yourself, and you hit that tree and ooh, I got into that bush without really making any noise, and then as you're kind of making your way around and everything seems good, just kind of forest sounds, and kind of the first hour of your watch passes, and I would imagine you probably take some breaks, and obviously you're not doing that for 4 hours straight, but but somewhere along the line, as you kind of get up to stretch your legs again and start moving around, and then as you kind of climb out from a bush that you were practicing sneaking into, you hear something that's definitely not coming from you. Coming from kind of the north of where you are, and you rolled stupidly well. Let's say so you have a pretty good sense too, that it was probably I don't know, 50 or 60 feet away from where you are.
Okay.
Just to check, in which direction am I from everybody else? Because it appears that everybody's sleeping about 20 to 30 feet away from me.
I don't know if people just bothered to move their minis.
That's fair.
I didn't.
Thought I would ask.
I did not bother to move. I don't even know where camp is.
Yeah, we didn't make one. I was trying to get to that break in time, so I skipped through a little bit of what we might normally do.
Was it enough of a noise to are we talking rabbit in a bush, or
No, yeah, you hear something medium game or human sized, actively moving through the brush.
Potentially orc size.
Potentially. Do you have knowledge local?
I have Dungeoning, geography, and nature.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Make me a knowledge nature check to see if you can kind of like, oh, like that sounds like what a deer would, kind of like,
sure.
Hopping through the bush or whatever.
That is a 20.
Dang.
Nice.
There obviously it's different from animal to animal, but you're feeling pretty confident that what you're hearing is not it does not sound animalistic to you. It's got a little bit of a pace, and but at the same time it doesn't have like a cadence like a something with 4 limbs would.
Okay, I think. Okay. What would, like, if I were to go, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but if I were to go investigate myself, what would that skill be?
So it's kind of a combination. 5th edition combines it, it does that for us because it's kind of this weird, I get why it's separate, but also it doesn't really make sense. So 5th edition just literally has like a stealth skill, I think is what it's called.
Okay.
But in 3.5, there's kind of 2 aspects of it. We have hide, so that's your like attempt to not be seen, and then we have move silently, which is your attempt to not be heard. So you generally would want to do both if you're planning on moving.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm like thinking out loud if I want to go like investigate on my own or if it's like enough to wake up the group. Like to move closer because you said about 50 yards.
50 feet. So like
okay.
So pretty close.
Oh, even. Okay, I'll go investigate on my own.
Okay. I just moved you a little bit more to where like kind of directionally you probably would have been when this happened.
Yeah.
And that was the last we heard of it.
No, don't do that.
All right, yeah, go ahead and give me a you do it in whatever order you want, just make sure you call it out before you roll it. But let's get a hide and a move silently check.
Okay, I'll do you want me to roll them together, is that right?
Usually yes, but for this no, because there's no way to demark like which dice is which.
Okay, I'll do hide first.
Okay.
I'll roll that. Okay, that's a 21.
Good golly. I forgot. Ava, much like Liam Neeson, Ava has a very specific set of skills.
And
she actually rolls double
22.
digits.
Move silently.
I apologize. I was too busy making jokes to actually listen. What were they?
22 for move silently.
Okay.
Wait, what did I say for hide?
34 and 22.
34? Oh my god.
Wait.
No, I thought it was 21. 21 and
Hold on.
21 and 22, yeah.
Do 21? Oh.
The first one was an
Wait, let
11,
me
the
look at
second
my
one was
one.
a 14.
Yeah,
Plus
it was a
whatever
plus.
you're-
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So 21
Sorry,
and 22.
sometimes when I say things out loud, I like immediately forget a lot of the times.
No,
when I say things
that's
out
okay.
loud,
And I did the
immediately
same thing for listening. I'm definitely ready for a
Don't
quick
we
break
all?
here, so I didn't catch it. So 21 for hide and 22 for move silently.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, case in point, like I said, ready for break. I literally already forgot. I'm so sorry.
No, 21 hide, 22 move
Okay.
silently.
I said them, and then I promptly wrote them down in the wrong order, and I was like, wait, that's not right.
No, you're good.
All right. Riveting television. Sorry about that. As we stumble over that for 5 minutes. All right. So, and again, right, this is like broadly representative, but, there's not necessarily like 30 open feet between each tree and whatnot. There might be some extra bushes and trees that we don't necessarily see. But, kind of specifically, like, are you going directly towards it? Do you want to kind of swing right, swing left? Like, what's your plan?
Yeah, I kind of want to swing around, not be direct.
Okay. That's more or less north from you. Do you want to swing out like right/east or left?
Yeah, east.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and grab yourself, and we're not necessarily acting in like initiative order or anything, so you can move freely-ish.
Like here. Looks good.
Okay. Make me a fresh spot and listen check.
Okay, I'm scared. Okay, 16 spot. And 24 listen.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So to the kind of ahead and to your left. So as you can you, sweetie, get camera to Ava? And then kind of face it like northwest-ish. A little, yep, more like that one. So kind of under the leaves of that bush, you spot a large, a very tall, like humanoid shape, and it's pretty dark. You can't necessarily see in like super clear color or anything like that. But it's definitely it's bipedal. It's like probably a foot taller than your average human. And it is looking at you. It's hiding behind this tree. It is looking at you. It knows that you see it, and then your stomach kind of drops as you realize that this is some kind of orc.
Okay, like that slow pan up.
yeah. As you kind of. Does the camera see it, sweetie?
No, it does not.
Probably because I can't see it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's unfortunate. Okay.
Well, let's just put me over there, but pretend like I don't see it. It's fine. Where am I?
If you drop the tree height too much, you might not be able to see him. Right here. There we go. All right. So yeah, Ava is like super sneakily making her way through the bushes and whatnot. She kind of skirts around to the east and then kind of like gets to her next point, like, all right, like, do I still hear it?
Wait, what was its spot and listen if it could see her?
Well, remember also you can't hide while you're being even casually observed.
Oh, which means
So
they
if
already saw her.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So she did fantastically. It just unfortunately he watched her do it. So yeah, so you've swung out wide here. You get yourself to your next hiding spot. You're very pleased with yourself, right? Like especially for move silently, right? Like you're not making sound. You're like, yeah, all that practice I was just putting in, like, heck yeah, let's go. And then you get to your next tree spot and you're like, all right, I'm going to try and zero in on where it is so I can keep trying to flank around it. And then, yeah, like you said, that slow pan, like as your eyes raise up, you see feet and then long legs and then a big long torso. And then you look up and you just see these orcish eyes just like staring right at you.
They go all the way up.
And then we're going to go to break.
Oh. Dang it.
I believe I won't die. I believe the guards will kill that guy. Thankfully it is not night, it's day. I stretch my legs and I run away. I believe he'll be sore as I run up to that city door. Lavius is gonna end his day. Make him fly away. Thank you.
Yes! Is that better?
A lot. Oh, there it goes.
Pig.
Was
I
not
had the
expecting
wrong
the
weapon
pig
out for
behind me.
Right?
No one expects the pig behind.
Yeah. Dude, the UI and inventory management in this game boggles the mind sometimes. Like, it'll yell at you about upgrades that you can never find, and then it won't yell at you about literally empty slots that you could fill. Find his way out of Eridan, Yoda must. Also, resist urge to just kill Paladin, Yoda must. Try it one more time. Have you ever wanted to grind XP? Now's your chance. I'm Mercy Maze, and this is the amazing new product to help you fight those low-level blues. Get yourself a Spectre today, and your XP woes will fade away. But wait, there's more! Order now, and you get a bonus Sand Giant. There you go. Oh, I just jetpacked it and killed, what, 10 people. And downed a bunch more. Whew. Got 13 kills right there. 10 from the jetpack.
Nice.
Oh boy.
Grey Fox 006 cheered 100 bits.
Oh,
They
no!
said revenge.
Right at the finish line. Or our finish first, T-Bombs second.
So like that so quickly turns to the uplifting of others and the spreading of positivity that yeah, I think that does a lot of people here good, and I think it probably does Fox herself good too, right? Like, it feels good to be good to people. So I'm so grateful that you like work so hard to both to acknowledge your emotions and then also to like to not reflect those negatively upon other people.
Cartum Zero's Art gifted just underscore Dandy a subscription. Go Cartum Zero's Art gifted a tier 1 sub to just underscore Dandy.
You might need to help scooch it under those cheeks. Oh, there we go. Success.
I can't even.
You've been noticed, T-Bomb. Thank you for hanging out, sir. How are you and the family? Oh, Nola. Thank you so much.
Ninja Nola just subscribed for 39 months. Wee Anna lol 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 lol.
The TTS on that was amazing.
And the cats actually get along very well with her. We haven't had any incidences, and as you can see, Babu is in love with Tinkerbell. They are, in fact, best friends. Now I'm gonna get myself out of this situation before things go south.
Here it comes. Gray Fox is the bottom purple.
No,
Gray
thank
Fox
you.
scored for sure. Okay. Quad had 1,000 score. Gray Fox scored 100. Would it be a stream with T-Bomb if I didn't have to delete at least a few of your messages? It's just the down payment.
Synchronized.
I don't think Timmy's gonna fit in the swing too, dude.
Only one way to find out. I gotta get up chat here and see what people are saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Ava. Give me an initiative roll, since the order of things might matter here.
Oh, that's true. Good point.
Hey, look, a tent appeared.
I saw that. That was a good addition.
Wild tent appears.
Oh.
What is your total?
6. Oh wait. Wait. It's been a long time since I've rolled initiative.
That's right.
It's been a while.
Dex.
9,000.
Been a while.
So that was a natural 2, and then although apparently I have some of the stuff wrong, what I have written down for you for initiative is 4.
Okay.
So that would be a
It's
total.
towards the very top, underneath your like touch armor class and flat-footed armor class.
Yeah, I can't remember what that miscellaneous modifier was. That's the
You
one,
might have like
but-
the alert feed or something.
Let me.
Sorry.
No,
I
you're
think
good.
that's +5 though. I think your class gives you
Ava
initiative.
sheet. Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, you have 3
that's
from
fine,
Dex,
sorry.
1 from something, and then yeah, for 4 total. Yeah, it
Okay.
might also be. Do you have like you have the quick trait? I know mostly that's move speed, but like that might randomly give you 1 initiative, or yeah, I don't remember. I mean, like I built the sheet and like I'm pretty confident that it's all right.
fine.
I just don't remember for certain what that's from.
Okay,
But yeah, you're right. You found it. It's
6.
4, so you got a 6. Believe it or not, you actually go first.
Oh,
Because I rolled terribly.
And just confirming, I'm only seeing this one
Mhm.
orc.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so if I move I do get a +1 d6 damage if I move 10 meters. So I think I'm going to do that first, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah. You've got, you're acting in combat, so you can do according. Yeah, you can behave accordingly.
Maybe I'll move to this side. That's quite a distance.
Well,
but-
part of the reason it's saying so much is because you're like up in the trees, so it's doing some trigonometry.
Oh yeah, I see. Okay, well this will definitely be over.
Because your move speed's 40, right?
30.
Oh, is it? Oh, right. You don't get 40 until next level. One more level, and you get a bonus as a scout.
So I think maybe I'll move over here.
So yeah, we've got you. So you could double move if you wanted to, but that is slightly further than where you could move. Somebody's helpfully measuring for us, so you'd have to, if you just wanted to move once and then potentially attack or something, you could move to where that measurement is. Thank you, whoever that was.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I'll move over here. I'll try to keep that one stump that like he is right in front of. Maybe like more so over here with like maybe some of this protection from this other stump to my right. I'm facing the wrong way.
You hold Alt to like turn your character.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So then, and then I'm gonna go ahead and chuck an axe right at his little noggin. Or big noggin, rather.
But he looks so nice.
Yeah. And then, so just to confirm, sorry, I feel like I'm slowing things down. I'm gonna roll 1d4.
Oh, apparently I'm muted. Sorry. I don't remember doing that. I don't
whoopsie.
know when the last thing was that you heard me say, but that's probably why you were ignoring me, because I wasn't talking to you.
Oopsie.
No, you're good. I mean, this is our first combat back in 2+ months, so don't worry about it.
It's been a hot minute.
The underscore great underscore orange underscore cheered 1000
I forgot to
bits.
turn off Lumia.
They said on and number
break,
39, T forget Heretherabemonsters has Patreon.
Right. Here the
If you like the
Monsters
stream
does
and
have
want to
Patreon.
support more, always welcomed. Cheese, cheese, cheese,
If you
cheese,
like
cheese.
the stream and want to support more, always welcome. Cheese, 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 cheese.
Click the link in the chat.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Orange Bread. And sorry, everybody, I forgot to turn that off, so it didn't do that. But it's a great promo. No, you're good. Please don't apologize. Thank you for the cheer. Thank you for promoting our Patreon. You're awesome. I'm now going to turn Lumia off so it doesn't do that again. I had to boot it up, so during the break we got the random clips, but I forgot to turn it off after that, so...
Romantic guy in the darkness.
When I turn Lumia off, it does the lights, so I'm rebooting them. I knew I was going to forget. I was like, you know what? It's only going to be like a 6 or 7 minute break. Like I just, I just shouldn't worry about the clips screen. I'm going to forget to turn it off, and then I did. All right, so you've moved your 30 feet, and you're going to try and axe him a question.
Yeah, I want to throw an axe. So I would roll 1d4 plus 1 and 1d 6 on top of that, correct?
Well, for the damage, but you also need to roll the attack. Right?
Oh shoot, yeah. And which would that be?
D20. So it's going to be D20 plus 7 to hit. So let's just deal with that first, since this is kind of your first time in a while.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. 22 to hit, which does hit.
Okay. And now I roll damage.
Correct. Yep. So it'll be
Okay.
It'd be 1d4 plus 2 and 1d6.
Okay. And I throw those at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
So 7 total damage.
Okay.
All right. A solid hit. You hear whoops, did that wrong. I can math. There we go. I can math. You hear like a like as your axe, like it just like embeds itself in kind of like his lower torso above his hip.
Nice.
Does he like shout like loud enough to wake some people up?
Good question.
Well, I mean, technically, because you have to remember D&D combat, right? Like we all make our moves, and then like time unpauses and everything happens. So it's not his turn yet. So technically no, but like yeah, obviously he's like like it's he's not necessarily like doing a call to arms, but like he lets out a loud noise when you sink this axe into him.
Yeah.
Or he's not allowed to scream for another 10 minutes when it's his turn. Okay. Sorry, Talespire's doing things. Or not doing things, actually, more specifically.
You do.
Okay, there we go. No, so, I mean, as long as you've got the camera pointed so you can see Ava and him, then we're good, sweetie. It was more, yeah, and then he should be up to the left from that perspective. He's on the hill, like, directly ahead of where she's facing. There you go.
He was behind the tree over there.
Yeah. All right. So you hear this loud, like, "Ugh!" And then after that, this large, like orcish looking man does something. What do we got?
I'm friendly, please. I'm a scout from the town of Capstone under Captain Landon. I'm just out on my routine patrol. Please take it easy.
What?
Yay!
Surprise!
Oh my gosh.
So, like, go ahead and make a sense motive check to see if you believe him.
Okay.
Ava, you're killing someone who's nice.
We don't know. We're sleeping.
Okay, that's a 10.
10 total.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Obviously you might still be a bit suspicious just given the circumstances, but you do know who Landon is. That is in fact a militia captain at Capstone. So that lends it a certain degree of credibility.
I'm speechless. All right, can I have Ava like slowly move forward and say like, I don't even know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're, for the moment, right, until we get to a place where you make some sort of decision one way or the other, well, let's keep acting, in combat turns. So you've got to move. You've got to, well, actually, sort of, it's his turn. So I guess he calls out. Do you say or do anything else? You see her just like, just frozen solid when you yell it out.
No, I'm
just hoping.
Kind of in shock that I just had an axe thrown at me. I was minding my own business, and I'm kind of at a loss for words as well, staring, just waiting for something else to happen.
Okay. You do, just as a reminder, because this is his first time. You do have a movement. You do have a standard action. Casting spells is standard actions, so you can totally just wait, but also just a reminder that you do have some options.
I think I'll wait for now.
Okay. All right. So yeah, Ava, what are you gonna do with that bit of information?
Okay, I'm gonna move a little bit. I'm gonna slowly walk forward and get closer, see if I can get like a better look at him.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, go ahead and move
since
yourself, right?
All right. What's his name again? Sorry.
I mean, he hasn't said anything yet. Well, he
okay.
said things. He has not named himself yet. He said, like, no, like, don't hurt me. I'm here. Like, I work for Landon. But
Okay. All right. I'll slowly move forward and say, for Landon, how can I trust? How can I know that's correct?
I respond saying, I'm one of the militiamen. I work directly under him as a scout. My name is Druge. He can, if you go and contact him, he can vouch for me.
Do you know me? I'm Ava.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Do you know anyone else? Do you know that I'm here with a group, or what are you doing here?
I'm just running a routine patrol. I'm out scouting, looking for any abnormal activity, orc activity. This is just relatively new to the militia.
The orc is looking for orc routine,
kind of
orc activity.
Half orc.
I'm not actually awake. Sorry.
Relatively new to the militia. I'm just kind of doing the bottom of the barrel, like trying to make my way. He had me, he gave me a routine patrol route to go on, and that's kind of what I've been doing for a while.
Are you here by yourself?
Yes.
Okay, how about this? Hand over your weapons. I'll hold on to them for now, and we'll move. Can you trust me to hand over your weapons first?
Yeah. Listen, I'm not trying to cause no problems. You can take everything.
Okay. Perfect. So I'm going to take all the weapons. What weapons do you have, out of curiosity?
I have a spear and I have a short bow.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and grab his weapons. So I kind of have like my throwing axes. I have a lot in my hands.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, follow me.
I have 2 spears actually. Just trying to be. Gotta be honest. I want you to trust me. You know?
Yeah, to put this in perspective, by the way, Ava is 2'7".
If you can hold both spears, but I can help if you need.
I mean, Aura makes a point. Technically, one of those axes is currently
Yeah.
embedded
So Ava had one axe left in the other hand. The other one is currently in Druge. She reaches out and kind of grabs around the haft of the axe and grabs the bow. And then I mean they're practically logs to you, right? You gotta put these 2 spears under your arm and
Uh-huh. So I'm carrying these weapons. I'm like, all right, now follow me. And I invite him to follow me back closer towards the camp with all these weapons in hand. Drop the spear as I'm walking back. Quickly pick it up. One of the spears. And guys, get up.
Just for funsies, make a Constitution check to try and wake everybody up. How loud do you yell?
That's too low.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, she's belting it out. She's somewhere between excited and terrified, and the rest of you wake up to Ava going, guys. Sorry, I moved both of you a bit closer to camp, but obviously you can put yourselves wherever you want.
What is going on? Who is that?
I drowsily draw my greatsword and I'm like, an orc.
Wait.
Exactly. Full stop. I'm unarmed. I have no armor on. What state of mind am I waking up in right now?
I mean, you tell us. It's your character.
I'm waking up surprised. I was just woken up.
Yeah.
Roll the mood dice, Alan.
Yeah. Have mood dice. Alondite, as Dungeon Master, roll my mood. No, I'm startled. I'm confused. I'm gonna see an orc.
And I'm standing in between the group and Druge.
Okay.
And I'm preparing a spell. I'm
All
holding.
right, everyone stay calm. I know what you're thinking. You're seeing an orc with a really great axe throwing slice through him. And I know your first thought is, why is he not dead? That was a great shot, Ava. But
I mean, that was my first thought.
that's right. But his name is Druge. He's half orc, as I give the side eye back to double check that he's half orc.
Yeah.
He's a scout under Landon, and he's doing his routines, and he's friendly. And I have his weapons here as they're about to fall out of my arms again.
Can I inspect
and I didn't know what to do next, so here I am.
Can I inspect him to see if there are any other weapons on him before I unleash my spell?
That depends on what you mean by inspect. Are you gonna go pat him down, or you're just looking at him?
No, just see if I can see if there are any other telltale signs of a weapon upon him.
Sure, make a spot check.
What's
Nine.
it actually?
And what's your low light vision?
I think it is.
Do you have normal low light or dark vision? I think you have low light, maybe.
I have low light.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a 9. So I mean,
you can see more clearly rather than probably Alan Dyke can, but you're also you're not exactly ready to let him through TSA to fly in the airplane either.
I mean, it seems like I don't see anything on him. Seems like he's turned over his weapons.
Weird question.
Put the little spell away.
I'm going to use detect motive. Or sense motive.
Okay.
Does he smell like an orc, like the orcs that we've interacted with?
Make a make just like a wisdom check.
Wisdom. Oh dear. That's
well, no, you can use survival.
probably-
Yeah, that's fine. You can use survival. Yeah, so 6 plus whatever your
It's a
survival is.
9.
Oof. It's definitely different.
How many 6s have I rolled today? Gee.
You're filling in for Dakota. Also, is somebody
What is
randomly
going
holding?
on with the die?
I am. I'm waiting for it to,
Okay.
to clear out.
It's like, what is this slowly rotating die?
I love it. I love it. I'm just watching it slowly spin. But I'm following Ava's roll. Ava's judgment on this. He seems unarmed.
Yeah, it's
What is
for you by here. You know, it's been raining. Everything smells a little musty. You know,
It's like kind of like a half elf.
there's a little bit of smoke, you know, wafting around as well from the fire. So you don't have like a super clean read on things, but yeah, I mean, he smells orc-ish, but like also not.
What's a half orc doing scouting for orcs?
Well,
I mean, if you think about it, they probably would be able to scout for him the best, right?
well, and if you think about it, if he's scouting for Capstone, and the enemy orcs are being scouted by Capstone, and he is a Capstone scout, he would be scouting for the orcs for Capstone.
I lost track of what you said after you said scouting.
It makes perfect sense.
That was a lot of for capstones. I know.
Exactly. See, you get it.
Yeah.
I think if he willingly handed over his weapons to Ava, then I think we can trust him to sit down and explain himself to us.
Or he's
I
a scout
don't
who's just scouted
know
out
how
our
willingly
position.
it was. He has
Alondite.
He is.
Alondite, think about it.
I am thinking about
how
it.
many orcs would know the names of our scout in charge people?
Someone who could infiltrate our positions, and it's a half orc.
Well,
I mean, you guys haven't tied him up yet, so he's safe for now.
I don't even know the name of like the person that he's talking about. So,
but Ava does.
Yeah, any of you that have knowledge local are free to make a knowledge local check.
I definitely don't.
I definitely don't.
I have knowledge.
Orar got my reference.
Oh, what was the? Oh, I missed it.
I said you guys haven't tied him up yet, so he's safe for now at least.
Oh, I totally get it. I'm not biting.
I got that one a little while ago.
I'm not tying anybody up anymore.
Hey,
So
I didn't
really
pull out my
quickly there
crossbow.
though, a minute ago, Alendite rolled a sense motive check and like kind of posed a question to him. So what did you ask him? And then let's give Drew a chance to respond to that real quickly.
The question was, what is a half orc doing scouting for orcs? On behalf of the city of Capstone or whatever.
Oh, all right. Well, you know, that's where I'm from. That's where I hail. I've been there most, if not all, my life. And once they started to create this militia to protect the town of Capstone from, you know, enemies surrounding, I figured it would be a good opportunity to embed myself and make a name for myself. Don't necessarily get the greatest looks from bypassers looking the way that I do, and you know, I figured what a better opportunity to show people that I'm more than what I look like.
Where does your allegiance lie?
Wait.
Oh dear.
Wait.
I think he answered that.
I believe that was answered.
But they
I need to hear it.
They let orcs in Capstone?
Half orc, respectfully.
What do you believe? Who is?
Gonna give him like a citizenship test.
Yes.
I give Alondite a kind of half offensed glare because of my half parentage. And just kind of sit there sulking.
I know.
Glaring.
I have an idea. There's a Capstone Scout Pledge. Let's see. I can ask. Druge, do you know the Capstone Scout Pledge?
Ooh.
That's not anything that I gave to you.
Right.
But yeah, make a. I forget what we ended up doing, like knowledge geography for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not going to help. Just make a. I mean, it would be common knowledge to you though. So go ahead and make just like a knowledge local check. And pretty
Here
much
comes the one.
Yeah, I was going to say pretty much just
I
don't
hope
roll a
not.
1. So it's going to be D20 plus your intelligence modifier.
Which is 0.
It's fine. Just roll. There you go.
All right. Yeah, you may have been a little bit flustered momentarily as everyone, kind of got up in your grill and everyone's kind of talking over each other and whatever.
For the record, I was
but
not
you're able
up
to
in
kind of
his
like
grill.
focus in, as Ava hits you up for that, and then you're like, oh yeah, and then you like kind of after a quick stumble, you're able to like knock that out. You recite it back to her.
Wait.
Okay. Word.
I love you.
All right. Well, sounds legitimate to me.
I don't know. That's no pledge I've ever heard.
We're about to. Oh, you were unconscious.
Yeah,
That's right.
you were unconscious.
That's right.
Don't. Yeah, it's trust me. You can trust me, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
All right, trust me. That is actually what was said before.
Oh, okay.
Ava has recited it before.
Sure. All right,
Hearing
fair
it,
enough.
being familiar with it, I stand at ease and I salute respectfully then.
So I am fully covered, but I just kind of walk over and I'm like, don't worry. A lot of people don't trust my heritage either. And I walk off.
I've got to be up in like a little while for my watch, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to. I think it might be bedtime.
Yeah,
now that
return-
we've established we're not gonna die from an orc invasion.
Although he might die.
I just say, forgive my jumpy nature, just it's unusual to have someone come upon us in a suspicious manner at night.
I'm going to bed. Good night.
You don't know. You don't happen to know how to like heal, do you?
Yeah. Don't worry. I actually, yes, I am a spirit shaman. That happens to be what I specialize in. So I'm going to heal myself real quick.
Yourself. All right.
Yeah, I'm going to heal myself real quick.
Well, that's quite handy.
Yeah.
Why does Roboto only have 5 of 6 hit points?
That's a good question.
Yeah, you just need to update it.
Okay.
Sorry, what's up?
I think I needed to sleep one more night.
You need to sleep one more night?
Yeah.
Well, I get one more hit point.
No, I think it was just it's fine. It's
Oh,
fine.
well, I mean, you'd be getting it back tonight.
There you
Right,
go. Yeah,
it
exactly.
works, so.
Sleep one more night.
Yeah.
You haven't Druge. That was your name, right?
Yes, yeah.
You haven't seen any peculiar shadows following you recently?
Not that I can recall. What I can share with you is that I might have some evidence of an orc encampment to the west of here, but it has not been confirmed 100%.
Wait, what you can share with me? I don't care about orc encampments. They probably do, but what you can share with me about odd shadows, you don't recall or you don't know, like this is some kind of specifics here, like Have you
I'll
seen
make-
some like odd shadows? Thing, shadows watching you, following you, anything like that?
I don't think so.
I'm not asleep yet, and I'm just like, Rubato, nobody else knows about these shadows. We'll figure it out. Go to bed, please.
What?
You need to rest. You need to heal. We need to go to bed.
Fine. I'll go back over to the fire and.
I was gonna DM Druge and like give him some info to respond to that, but I'm like, no, in character, he also like it would be absolutely as flabbergasted as poor Doctor as the poor gentleman below me actually is in real life. I think Druge would be exactly that confused also.
I feel like that was literally the best response.
Oh, that's amazing.
Well, if nobody has any other questions, I'm gonna take a minute to heal myself. Get this axe unlodged from my body.
Spicy.
Ava just like drops all the weapons, just like she couldn't hold them like anymore. They all fall to the ground.
Okay. All right. What do you want to use, a cantrip or a first level spell to heal yourself, Druge?
I got hit for
7.
7.
Yeah.
So I got like 4 health left. I'm gonna use Cure Light Wounds. So I'm gonna roll a D8. Where's my mouse? There you go. Sick.
Awesome.
Didn't help much.
But remember, it's
Yeah.
it's +4, so that would put you back up to 9.
Woo!
Yep. All right, better than what I was at. And I'm gonna reach for the weapons, assuming nobody is opposed to that, and put them back on my person.
Okay.
The rogue's already asleep at this point.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I think if everyone else is going to sleep, I'm going to sleep too.
Okay.
You good to finish out your watch, Ava?
Yeah. Ava
You
just
have to
sits
stay
there,
up
like,
a little longer because we have to rest a little longer because we were
oh,
interrupted.
oh,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
She's like all wide-eyed and like just on it, like adrenaline.
Exactly.
Kind of lean into Ava and say, if anything goes wrong, you know this is on you, right?
She kind of like looks left and right and kind of like thinks, processing the decision that she made by bringing him back to camp, and is like, yeah, got it.
In sleep, the rogue goes, Alondite, be nice for once to these people.
All right. Let me let me hit that with a couple more random encounter rolls here real quickly.
Just head into the tent, but if it goes right, thumbs up, good job, yay!
Orcs suspiciously ambush us right after this one shows up.
That actually would have been the biggest of brains. No, I can't be like every other DM out there and betray you every single time. Then you expect it.
I don't know if you've betrayed us enough yet for us to expect it. So I mean,
True. I got to keep you on your toes though. When that betrayal comes, it's got to hit hard. All right, so everybody but Ava is going back to sleep. As far as and if you want to leave it as is, like for flavor, so to speak, that's also fine. But Druge, also, that like it's getting close to the point in the morning where you're gonna wake up and commune with the spirits and get your magic refreshed and whatnot. So if you want to heal again, like now's probably a good time to do that.
Okay, yeah, I'll knock that out real quick.
Yeah, and you don't even have to roll because no matter what, it would be more than the amount that you need. So
okay, just put that back up.
So yeah, while he's marking up his character sheet, those of you that are still awake or that are drifting off, you hear the chanting again, or whatever he was doing to cast that spell, like coming from over by the the bedroll that he laid out.
I go into the tent because nobody else is sleeping in there. It's just set up.
All right. The rest of the night passes you otherwise uneventfully. As Bahir pointed out, you do need to sleep a little bit extra because your sleep was interrupted, but you sleep it off. You wake up the next morning feeling relatively refreshed, all things considered. I would imagine Ava probably tossed and turned a little bit. But
Definitely.
but yeah, you wake up otherwise refreshed and can go about your morning activities. Those of you that need to work out or pray or meditate or what have you can go about your business.
And I'll run some laps around
Okay.
the campsite.
A little ways uphill there, you find like a puddle of blood.
Gross.
Like
I'll
mostly
jump over.
coagulated at this point. It looks like it's about 6 hours old.
Smell it too. Ugh. I'm not gonna taste it.
All right, so obviously there was a lot going on there, lots of process, but you guys are out here looking for orcs, and this new half-orc friend has informed you that they have a lead on a possible orcish encampment as well. So you can do with that what you please.
Where'd he go? There we go.
So, which direction is the orcish encampment from here? Do you remember?
Hold on a second.
Oh, that didn't pull you
Oh,
guys.
since
Did it?
waiting
Okay,
on
sorry.
you.
Yeah, you won't be able to move on board for just a second because I'm doing something. But go ahead and keep.
We are
keep chatting.
frozen.
Okay, that
Oh, we're skipping last watch?
scared me for a second.
We rolled through watch. Yeah, nothing else happened.
Oh, okay.
Was there
I thought
something
we were-
you wanted to do during your watch?
Yeah, train my horse.
Yeah, I mean we can just
Okay, yeah.
we can just
You
do
do
that. I'll have you roll for it in a minute.
And then have Druge. Oh, okay. Definitely gonna mispronounce this on purpose now.
You're good. But in response to that question, yes.
Got a job for you since you look like an orc.
What do you need? What's going on?
You could scare my horse. Need you to help me train it.
Oh,
Stand there and look scary.
big brain. Okay.
I like it.
Some
Can
good
do.
thinking. Yeah, bud.
I mean, I joined
Guess
the
what,
militia to,
Rubato?
like do the opposite of just standing there looking scary, but I can do that.
Rubato, you're off the hook today. You're lucky.
Oh, he was gonna. Oh, I know.
That's what you're gonna use me for.
I know what he was gonna have him do.
All right, I'm coming back to where you guys are, so you can move.
Oh, that's so good.
There we go.
Okay, you should be free to roll or whatever again. I understand why it does that, but I wish that I could move around freely and like have it not affect you guys.
In response to that question, does anybody have a map that they could show me, just so I could orient myself as to where we currently are?
Alendite has a map.
I kind of glare at him. I'd be here.
What?
Just gonna leave poor Drew standing there, like, so you have a map, and then you're just glaring at by here instead of saying anything back.
Kind of like a sign, like shut up.
All right, Drew,
Yeah.
make me a sense motive check. Do you pick up on that body language?
I don't know if a sense motive is needed to pick up on that body language.
Let me see.
Yeah, he may or
if
may not hear him, though,
anything,
right? Like,
I'm more foreign than this Druge guy over here, so you trusted me pretty quick. Just saying.
Roll a 7.
okay.
Don't think I'm picking up on it.
Okay. I'm assuming you don't have a huge
That's
bonus to
pretty
it or
bad.
anything.
No.
All right. So yeah, you actually managed to pass that off. Yeah, I mean, assuming that you didn't like yell at Bahir, but you said it was kind of like under your breath. So
I feel like that
It was kind of
requires
just
a-
like one of those like you get like you look at someone like a
yeah, exactly.
I feel like that required a bluff check. I'm just saying.
might have one, but
Here will
do you
obviously
have
like
any
roll his
information
eyes.
that you could give us to update it? Oh, that's right. You did say you had some information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that's fair trade. Yeah, if you could write that down on this map, then yeah, you can definitely cross-reference.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it
the
was
map
just,
felt-
And kind of
was
like
just,
unfold it.
I have potential evidence of a orc encampment to the west of. Oh no, I'm sorry, to the east of.
Yeah, you just want to
Capstone.
like unroll the map in front of me, so you just want to pinpoint where it is here.
Yeah. Let me move over here.
So you know, you have a couple of ways, of course, to, you know, recollect and share that information, Druge. You know, keep in mind by this point, like, your spells have refreshed. You've you know, presumably gone through your ritual to accomplish that. So, you know, you can use skills, you can use spells, you know, but kind of walk us through kind of what you'd like to do to orient that, and you know, kind of like show on the map where you think they should go.
Well, every morning, prior to venture, I cast in no direction, which informs me of true north. Once true north is oriented, I unroll the map, and I circle a little bit just northeast of Capstone. I don't have a map that I can access.
There's one in the shared folder, but that's okay. You can just, you know, kind of broadly describe. So you're saying, like, to the northeast from where you are right now.
To the northeast, I would say about a day and a half travel from Capstone.
Okay.
And it was slight remnants, nothing overwhelming when it comes to evidence as far as an orc encampment goes. It looked like a fire that had been put out maybe 6 to 8 hours prior to me showing up. Just a little embers, and it looked like little crumbs from rations.
Did it look like other scouts' rations, or did you think could possibly be, you know, goblin or orc? Not that I have anything against orcs or anything.
It looked like, I would say it looked a little more barbaric to me. You know, a little small game, squirrel, mouse, bodies kind of shredded to pieces.
I mean, that sounds normal to me.
Wow, that's crazy. But yeah, that's about all I have when it comes to, like I said, nothing overwhelming as far as evidence that would indicate that for sure it was an orc encampment there. Just, it was an area that I was unfamiliar with. I had never seen explored prior, so I thought it was unusual that there was what was there was there.
I mean, it's more information we have from anywhere else, so.
Just to check, today is the 23rd day of Midspring?
Yes.
Yes, this is the morning of the 23rd of Midspring.
Oh, I was the day off then. I thought it was second.
It was 22nd yesterday was where we started. I'm pretty sure. I did also say, and it's possible I was muted when I said it, but I need to like double check the date at the end of the previous video, but I'm pretty confident on that.
Same.
And the weather?
Today, you know, I mean, it's still early, right? But it feels like it's shaping up to be abnormally warm today.
Is it windy?
No, it's pretty dead air, actually.
All right. Good to know. Good to know.
Okay, be right back 1 sec.
All right, so we want to go ahead and start packing up and heading that direction-ish. So we want to go about a day or so northeast.
Well,
Yeah,
so he
just
said
walking it.
to the northeast of where you are, and about a day and a half from Capstone. So that would be. Hold on, let me toss the map up on stream so you can look at it real fast.
Let me pull that
Oh
map.
Lord, I didn't think about that. I moved it once earlier, but now of course the gap where I put everything is where Druge is. Just go ahead and move that over. That's fine.
Here.
Maybe we don't really need to see the ocean.
So right. It's more just now there's like a black space underneath me, but it's okay.
No.
So that the area that he's talking about would actually be, excuse me, up kind of in the general direction, or the general area of where you guys were when you saw the hurricanes hit near, or not hurricanes, the tornadoes hit near Capstone. So what he's talking about is like way more up that way.
Like kind of like by old Capstone where we were before looking for.
Yeah, so old
Orcs.
Capstone is kind of like 3 o'clock from Capstone Peak, so to speak, and he's probably talking about a little more like 1:30, 2 o'clock.
Okay, so that is a lot farther than. Okay.
Yeah, I did send you a little tip there when you have a sec, Druge, as well.
So it'd be like through Capstone onto the other side of the mountain.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we don't want to rush there right away then. Because we're supposed to be looking around these woods to the right. And kind of like circling around, right?
Yeah, so I mean that is also still broadly within your path. Like you're gonna go there, right? Because that's the whole thing, is you're gonna go like that way around the mountain.
Yeah.
But you know, what he had there sounds like a little bit more of a cold, cold trail. So like you said, it's more than what you had, but you know, he didn't like see them, like he didn't see anyone at the camp or whatever. It was already abandoned by that time.
Okay.
Did we want to scout the location that Druge, Drug?
Well, I mean, that's what
I
we were
just
saying.
kind of I walk by Alonda and just kind of like find a spot in his armor, just kind of poke it with the hilt of my dagger and say, "Be nice."
What?
We need to be nicer to people. This is why a lot of people are having issue trusting you. You're not nice. You will make more. You'll catch more flies with honey, I believe is the term.
Ava like makes eye contact and just like nods, like You
need to go to a finishing school, Alan. Aren't you supposed to be a knight?
My job is to keep you alive, not make friends.
Yes, but we can be better at staying alive if we have more allies.
And don't kill potential friends.
if I can speak freely again,
If you
I was actually heading down in this direction, following up on some leads as to where a newer camp might be. When I came across Ava, I was anticipating to see a potential encampment of orcs. Clearly, that was not the case, but my leads led me in this general direction.
Well, we can travel together. Kind of without checking, obviously, without the group.
Sounds like a great idea.
So we're not heading in opposite directions. Like he's heading south, we're heading north.
No, that was what was happening. Yeah, so you guys were like circling in like towards each other.
So we essentially would he be referring to the orcs that we already killed? No. No, never mind. I don't know where we are. I'm directionally challenged.
If you're talking about the orcs from when you were escorting Bridget, no, he wouldn't be talking about that. That was by the river.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, we're kind of going like wide.
And as everybody's sitting there and chatting about this and talking about hunting orc and everything, can I make a sense motive check on our newfound friend Daruj there about an orc hunting orc? Does it seem legitimate to me?
I thought I did that already.
You might have.
Somebody did. I don't think it was Rubato though. So yeah, you're welcome to make up your own mind. Go for it. I mean, he. That was a natural one. For anybody that missed it on stream,
that was not only a natural one. That was a negative one.
Yep. Oh boy.
Perfect. I also like that when we were having Dr. Huge Time here pick out his miniature, there was totally an orc that had a spear, or a half orc that had a spear, and he has spears, but he was like, I want to be the guy with the thumbs up. It was great.
Yes.
I do like the guy with the thumbs up. But I'm gonna just kind of
trying to come off as friendly.
Work my way to the other side of Skabosh. Whoa, I just went in a tree.
You look okay on my screen. You're like
I
on a
see
bush
you.
right by a tree.
Oh, I'm on a bush. Okay.
Yeah. Remember, if you use the arrow keys, it won't like throw you on stuff like that.
So I'm gonna get a little separation here.
We got a bunch of xenophobes in this party.
I beg your pardon. I have been nothing but kind to this gentleman since he first arrived.
And I have friends that aren't human.
And I appreciate that.
I have friends that aren't human. We've talked. We went to high school together. I'm sorry. I was recently almost murdered. I'm just,
Yes, that is true. You did almost die to that orc.
Funnily enough, so was Druid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Druid was almost killed by a halfling.
You could be just as wary as me. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, where were your leads taking you this direction?
Let me pull it up real quick. We are slightly northeast of the tower, correct?
No, we're southeast of the town right now. So if you
the tower.
Oh, the tower. Yes. Northeast of the tower, southeast of the town. So it kind of, if you drew like a line that went southeast from the town and a line that went northeast from the tower, probably about where that would intersect, kind of in the middle of the woods. That's like about where you guys are. Maybe not quite that far, but that's close enough.
Yeah. All right.
You thinking I'm hearing my Discord go off, and then I go look, and there's nothing there.
No, it's somebody's push to talk sound is coming through sometimes.
My leads have me going about a half a day to a day's travel further east from Capstone. So a little more northeast from the tower.
From Kilad, not Capstone.
Oh, well, yeah, it's south northeast from Kalen.
Yeah.
Mm. Okay. So I think it'd be good to keep heading that direction then. If like your intel's telling you that there's something that way.
Yeah, so you know, it's going to take some just generally searching of the area. He doesn't know exactly where it is because that's what he was doing when he found you guys instead. So you know, I guess just kind of as a group, how would you like to search? Like, do you want to like split up and rotate in opposite directions? Do you want to make like a grid pattern? Do you want to like spiral out from where you are? I guess just kind of like walk me through what you want that problem solving process to look like.
Maybe we should do like
a good idea.
I was say maybe we should do like a line, like where we're all like, I don't know, like 30 feet from each other walking through ish, maybe like 60 feet. So like we're close enough to like run to each other if we need to, but like far enough away where like we cover a bit more ground and can see more.
Yeah, I would definitely be able to cover more ground that way.
Maybe Rubato, you go with somebody.
I was thinking I'd be a little more towards the middle at least.
Like you could go with like Alan Dite, or you could come with me.
How about you?
Okay.
I feel like that's a little safer for me. Not even a no offense, Alan Dite, just straight up. No.
Yeah. As Callie Hawk points out in chat, it's definitely not the worst idea as far as search patterns go. But when you're talking about an area that potentially covers several dozen square miles, you're talking about creating a net, so to speak, that's about 300 feet across.
I mean, with like 5 or 6 of us, that's about the best we could possibly do.
Sure.
Straight up, like being alone. Like, I think only like 2 of us are particularly stealthy.
We're not looking for a whole, you know, we don't have a whole city looking for one missing kid where we can branch out for like every 30 feet for a mile straight. But
so yeah, like, are we? Is it Minecraft? Are we strip mining, or are you gonna like make a pattern? Are you gonna spiral? Like, what's?
I don't know.
How do you want to apply that?
Well, I mean, if I had to guess, I'm probably the smartest person here, so perhaps I should be the one who decides the pattern. But at the same point, other than looking for orcs, I don't really know what we're doing, except for heading back to Capstone. So...
well, maybe if we look at the maps... I guess we don't know, like, are we in, like, part of Ava's maps, or no?
No, you're not far enough for that yet.
So we're, as far as looking at our hand-drawn map there, we're at, like, the most southwestern edge of the woods, right? The closest end to Kellen Tower there, basically.
Yeah. You know, you've gone in a little ways, like a couple miles maybe, but yeah, you're down near that area.
And our goal is to wrap around Capstone.
Eventually all the way around, but also to like be as thorough as possible in the meantime. You know, it's like it's definitely not a race.
That strategy. I would suggest horse in middle so that it could respond to both flanks as quickly as possible should anything go south.
That's a good idea.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So then
And
maybe-
I'll give you guys just a teeny bit of a prod too, because I think you had a good idea with the maps. So why don't you, using Drew's description, take a look at probably Allendite's map, since we're not into the area that Ava has the more detailed map on yet. And then somebody make a survival or knowledge geography, or I'll even let knowledge nature work, but it's gonna have a slightly higher DC, and see if you can kind of like pick some spots out on the map where it looks like it might be more likely to have like a good campable area.
Is it just one person rolling, or can whoever?
Whatever you guys want to do.
Everybody
Okay.
roll.
Yeah, everyone.
I do bad.
Come on, camping, don't let me down.
Bahir's like, my maps are usually just sand, and sand changes all the time. And
Yeah.
13.
oh, Drew.
Oh. She was like, you know what? I think they told me to go west, actually, not east.
I think it was
thrown
west.
off.
They said go east. That's what it was.
A little thrown off by all the aggro.
What kind of compass are you reading, lad?
I rolled an 18 with modifier.
Okay.
Which modifier did you go with?
Well, both geography and nature are both +4, so same.
Yeah, you're our best bet.
Yeah.
Unless your survival's higher, but
Just thinking here. Do any of us have the ability to fish?
Oh
you have a fishing grinder, Bato?
yeah. Huh?
Yeah, it's like a Snickers. Nobody wants to see Karen diet when he's hungry.
Are you out of rations already?
Nope, I'm just thinking about having a full belly for everyone, and everyone loves to go fishing. It's relaxing, it's nice.
And it takes a lot of time. Let's get moving.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
It's
so
food on the water instead of hunting.
well, so there isn't really a good water source near you where you are is the larger problem. You'd have to go north a ways to get to the lake to like really have fishing in any meaningful degree.
Oh, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. So, like, as far as a campsite, we would want to camp by the water. It's one less front to think about guarding.
Sure. Yeah, you could head that way. Absolutely.
Think about planning in the future, like where camp will be at the end.
Right.
I mean, that makes sense, but I feel like if there was, orc traveling around this area, orc, goblin, that sort of thing, they're probably not going to be in those kind of more populated areas. Like, I figured the lake edge is going to be more populated. They're going to probably try to stick to less visible locations.
Yes.
I
but
know,
as far
I
as,
sure
as a
did.
night's rest, we would want to have that security to recover, and then we can head out back again.
Yeah, but I feel like that means that kind of limits how deep we can go into the forest. Of course, I don't know how deep these forests go. I don't know how far we go before we hit not the forest. So
Any deeper they go, it shouldn't be a worry then.
that's fair.
So, Ava, looking through the map while you guys are having this conversation, is able to pick out kind of a couple locations where you're like, okay, if I really kind of think this through, like you said, did you say you do have knowledge geography?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So, you're able to be like, okay, like, let me really think through this. Like, if I'm orcs and I'm trying to, because what the suspicion, the theory that you're trying to confirm or deny, right, is whether or not the orcs are organizing, right? And so, like, okay, like if like I was trying to like build secret camps or like build secret infrastructure or like, gather larger numbers of people. Like if I really look at the map, like, oh, like if you look right there, like on the topo, there's like a little bit of a like a valley, and that's kind of near an area where it's marked that there's like a bunch of there's more tree coverage, and like that would be a pretty good spot to potentially like hide some people, or so you're able to kind of like work your way through the map and the general area that Drew just talked about and be like, yeah, I do. Like, when I really like put my head towards this, you can pick out like 2 or 3 spots that look like they might be good places to start. You said you had an 18, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, it's certainly not a guarantee, but versus just and you'll probably still want to do a bit of a search pattern kind of in those general areas, but you're able to pick out like a few spots on the map that really kind of speak to you as to where you might like develop infrastructure that you want to be hidden.
Yeah. So Ava, hear me out. You seem to be the most knowledgeable about scouting. And if this sounds like a good idea, tell me yes. And if it doesn't, just tell me off. We make a plan to scout these locations that you seem to be of the most interest and knowledgeable. And then we make a line back to shore here for camp of our own, scouting any of these areas to the north and to the south, keep clearing those areas. And then we head further north later to the mountains. Does that make sense? Or is that just a bad idea?
We could do that. I think it kind of is a little like it accomplishes kind of like both things. I see where you're going. We can meet in the middle on that. I think that's fair.
Like as just a point of reference, it would be pretty much the full day's travel just to get north to get to the shore. Like if that's what you're wanting to do.
Get north to the what?
It's to get to the shore of the lake.
Oh,
like that would take pretty much all day. So,
okay.
I mean, you can
I redact
probably
my answer.
yes, I mean you could do that, and because you're specifically like that Druge was talking about areas, broadly like either north or northeast ish of where you are, and that's the direction ish that Alan Dite's talking about. So like that is the spots that you've picked out that would be like the highest probability investigations are more or less in that direction. It might take a little bit of a detour. Like you might end up with an hour or two of forced marching to actually get to the lake, but you could probably like check one of those locations and make it to the lake with a little bit of extra effort.
Okay, we can do that. And your reasoning is fishing and one side.
A supplyable food source.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think we can do that for.
Should anyone actually be able to fish? If not, then it's for nothing.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, it's like
fish
just mechanically
fine.
speaking, like out of character, it's still just a survival check to find food. Like that doesn't change. So like technically anybody
I'm
can
the
do it.
fish wrangler. You don't need a fishing pole. You just need your hands.
Haven't you ever caught a fish, Alan Dite?
Do you have a fishing rod?
Do you need a fishing rod? I think Bahir just answered that question.
We can use Druge's spears.
I got a couple. Yeah, there you go. About to say I got a couple spears.
I mean,
It is worth noting that I'm from the desert and like I've probably
last
never
time I went
fished
fishing,
before.
it's not the way I did it. I mean, if you think you can get fish big enough for a spear, sure, have at it. But I'm thinking like maybe 12 inches smaller than the spear. But
I mean, you can spear fish that small. Like people that are experts at it, it's usually more of a river thing than a lake thing. But like you can spear fish that small.
See, now,
I'm
when
thinking
I
I'm no
go
professional,
fishing,
so.
I don't go fishing for smelt. I'm looking for some bass.
They have bass where you
You
come
guys are
from.
killing me. All right, I think we've decided on a general direction and plan, and probably fishing somewhere along the line.
So can Ava kind of give like the game plan, but say Alendite has a big craving for fish, so we're gonna make sure we get that fish craving satisfied with the valid points of food source and some water protection.
Yeah, I dig it.
Sounds good.
I can't wait for him to find a fish.
Hey, this is supposed to be for everyone, not just for me.
So then, yeah, between now that we have like 2 members of the scouts on hand, how do you guys want to handle who's navigating?
I probably should do it, just, you know.
No.
How long has Druge been a scout for?
Not very long.
Okay. How long have I been a scout for?
I mean, you're definitely on the newer side as well.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you haven't been at it for like a decade or anything, but
Yeah.
you've probably been around for a year or 2.
Okay.
You're still looking at this guy like, noob.
Yeah, you
being
actually
sent-
here make
I'm
me
being sent
make
on
me a
very
sense motive
generic.
check really quickly. Sorry, what was that, Druge?
I was saying I'm being sent on very generic, very routine
Actually,
patrols. So
yeah,
if that
exactly.
says
He already
anything.
said that. I was going to say make a sense motive check to read it, but no, he straight up told you. He's like, you know, like practically on his first mission. You know, not quite, but like, you know, he's being broken in still. So you're definitely more experienced than he is.
Okay. Can okay, so if Alendite is going up the middle, if we're doing like our spread out plan, maybe Druge and I could be on like some way on either side of Alendite, kind of like slightly ahead of the group, kind of like scouting things out a little bit further.
Okay. So almost like a reverse W kind of shape. Like,
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I dig it.
Are you comfortable with that, Druge?
Yeah, I think so.
Great.
If I'm not, you'll hear me scream.
Sounds good. Like when I threw that throwing axe in your chest or leg or whatever. I forget.
I mean, it sounded like he didn't scream very loud, so he's got a good tolerance for pain at least.
Something friends we made along the way.
Now I could think about SpongeBob screaming.
Right. All right. So you finished breaking camp. You know, which you'd already done some of that probably as various people were finishing up their morning routines and whatnot. And you know, when you guys were looking through the map, Druge had already like stopped and communed with the spirits and like magically discerned where, you know, like where exactly true north was. So you guys are feeling pretty confident about your navigation this time. I'm still gonna have Ava like make an actual roll for it, but I'm gonna give you like a +4 bonus because you know, like beyond the fact that just generally you can navigate with like, oh, you know, like the mountains over there ish, like that's like, you know, Druge is able to be like literally right there, like that is perfectly north. So you know, like, okay, if we just angle a little bit to the right, like that'll get us to pretty much where we want to go, sort of deal. So go ahead and make us a survival check still, but you have a +4 on it in addition to whatever else you already had.
Okay, so 5 plus my regular modifier.
Yeah.
+4. So that'll be 14 total.
Okay. Yeah, you're feeling pretty good about it. You know, you might still, like we talked about, you might still have to do a little bit of a search pattern to find the exact geology from the map once you get close, but you're feeling pretty confident you've got, you know, things pointed in pretty, more or less the right direction. Sorry, I'm trying for the life of me. Oh, there we go. It's like I'm trying to clean up your campfire and your tent and stuff, but I couldn't remember how to get to it. It's been too long. It's not like riding a bicycle.
I'll have to ride my bicycle.
A horse appeared from the ether.
So let me hold on. I'm gonna grab all of you real fast. And like, wee. Oh, apparently you weren't all closest to each other as I thought you were.
Nope.
Where are the rest of you? What are you?
Don't grab me.
Shh. We're hiding. Don't let him know.
I'm really good at it too.
Gimme.
Oh no! I'm the only one he took.
Yeah.
Ava's still stuck there.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm just like highlighting area. I don't know why it's not just grabbing all of your characters that are right there. That was weird. I like Talespire, but it has some really weird idiosyncrasies. Yeah, just figured I'd get you guys there so we can kind of clearly see where everybody is and whatnot. So are we still going with kind of spreading out a ways though, right? Like we're within sight of each other, but you're, kind of, we're making our flying W and singing Queen songs. Okay. All right. So
wait, I'm supposed to be on this side with Rato.
Go ahead and make me just kind of collectively, like everybody make a either a hide or a move silently, whatever one you're better at. Check. To just kind of like determine your like kind of broadly your groups.
Oh, natural 20.
Nice.
Nice.
I don't know what's gonna be though. I don't think I have any points in.
Oh.
That'd be a nat 20 for me as well. So 20, 27 total. A nat 20.
It's the same.
Okay.
Oof.
I got 23.
You got a nat 20 as well?
Yeah, two
Yes, I
nat
did.
20s.
You said
14, a
hide?
16. What was yours?
Or move silently? I got
yeah, either hide
16.
or move silently, whichever one's better.
So it would be with hide. It would be 17.
Okay, solid.
Nice.
What about
How bad is it, Alondite?
3?
Oh.
Excellent.
I mean,
I'm
if
on
it
a
was
horse,
a collective
man.
roll, then we're still pretty alright.
Yeah, exactly. And what about Mandy? I know you've got a pretty good bonus.
12.
Okay, so not terrible. Periodically you guys have to stop and kind of like, hey, like, just kind of like poke at Alondite to like be a little more careful with the horse and.
I'm on a horse.
Oh, Alondite, you should probably take the tin cans off the back. You're not married right now. Like...
Amazing. All right, so but overall you guys are feeling pretty good. You're not actually like sneaking per se, but you're trying to kind of hold formation, be sneak-ish, stay together, like keep your navigation up, and you're feeling pretty good about how you're accomplishing all of those things. Every once in a while somebody's slacking here or there, but Bahir and Skabosh kind of like
somebody
filter. Bahir and Skabosh kind of like periodically filter in and out of the rest of you, and kind of point out something that they see that they think is going to be a little extra loud or cumbersome to get through or whatever, and you guys point your way north. Mendez was also a 24 total. Very nice. Wait, you have a 10?
Yes, I do. In wooded areas, I have a plus 10.
Oh, right. Forgot about that. Yep. All right. So yeah, like I said, as a group, you're pretty pleased with your progress, or with your success, I guess. As far as progress goes, the forest does get thicker, but it never gets to the point where you're not bushwhacking. You're not. That's more of on the other side of Capstone, like north is where that like really really thick forest.
Fine, we'll just leave Alondite and his horse behind.
No, we're not leaving Alondite behind.
Are you
I'll
sure?
go the long way around.
Yes.
Could we just leave his horse?
No,
No, I'll go the long way
Please.
around.
we need the horse.
I'll see you in an hour and I'll go the long way around.
No, this is fine. Stay together. We're not splitting up.
There's no way we're leaving his horse and he would come without it.
Nope.
Bye,
guys.
No, that's not happening.
This forest is it's a little quieter than the one that you guys had, or that most of you at least had traversed together before to the north. Same thing. It's not quite as dense in flora or fauna. But you see the far distance, like running off behind a tree, you see a deer every now and then. Probably not really like in a way that you could easily shoot right then, but like you are aware that there is like medium or larger game around. This area is
As we're walking, can we do that like forage check or whatever it is?
That
They can
slows
do all your
you by
traveling.
half.
Never mind.
So you
then.
can.
Okay.
But that's gonna put Alendite out from his seafood dinner here. So
Yeah.
You do actually, and this is not unexpected, but you do occasionally come across sign like old, like very much old trails, but like the people of Kalen, occasionally the garrison from Kalen, occasionally the people from Capstone, we're aware that orcs are around. So there are occasionally signs of people, but you haven't found anything, or of beings, I should say. But you haven't found anything that's that looks anywhere near recent. Some of it's probably even like seasons or years old. But as you go, I mean, you're covering many miles throughout the day. So you find one or two like old abandoned campfires. Somewhere along the line, maybe you even find like an old busted up like a snare, like an animal trap snare. It's not a lot. It's not like you find like 10 as you travel or anything, but you find one or two kind of throughout the day as you go. And, it's going more or less like you'd expected. You're grateful for the shade from the trees, as like I said earlier, today is getting quite a bit hotter than normal. But not enough to where you're not like sweltering. It's not going to slow your move speed or anything like that.
In the heat, how are the shadows looking?
I'm probably actually quite short. As you get to midday, the sun is very much over your head, and it's because it's very dead air. You're not getting, the canopy isn't like blowing and moving around much or anything. Like it's actually, it's a little uncomfortable right now. But as far as like shadows go, it's actually probably quite good.
Good, I like that. That's good.
Short of actually just making the survival check to forage for food as you travel, do you want to try and like set up and try and like track down a deer and like hunt one directly, or do we want to just kind of lean into that plan to try and get up closer to the lake for food?
I feel like sounds okay.
I mean, I have ample food, so I don't know what you guys are worrying about.
Yeah, I still have a bit of food left, so
I feel like some people just didn't quite plan like they should have.
I have no money, and I have 3 rations left, and this is going to be a week-and-a-half journey.
Like I said, I feel like some people just didn't quite plan for a trip like this like they should have. They didn't make the friends back in Kellen like they probably should have.
Yeah.
I mean, I got multiple drinks and food.
I got plenty of leftovers.
We will be stopping.
Well, of course we're going to be stopping. We have to sleep sometime. But... I'm just saying.
I agree, Roboto.
Ava's over there just like, I don't see what the problem is.
I just kind of rearranged you guys a little bit here while we're...
Ava tries her best to stay neutral.
You've got to pick a side eventually. I'm working on you.
I'm not picking sides. I'm very even with what I decide to side on. For our Hank, the person who's supposed to be helping with, taking most of the damage from our enemies, be able to eat.
I mean, I agree, but so far I'm eating fine.
Last I checked, you could take a real swing there, bud.
All I'm saying is, I'm the one who is taking the swings.
I sure you are.
All right. You can tweak it a little bit if you want, but I push you guys in kind of like broadly the formation shape that you were talking about. You're way more spread out than this. That's only like 10 feet apart instead of like 60 feet apart. But kind of something like that.
I think I would be swapped with.
Yeah, Bahir said he was with me. I
Oh,
don't know.
okay. Sure.
They could both be with me. I'm fine with that too. But
Everybody wants everybody.
well, yeah. The last time I
think
walked
would
off by
kinda be
myself for 5
here-ish.
feet, I got smacked in the head.
Do you want to ruin the W though?
That right flank is
Because
looking
you're actually
kinda
you're
weak.
way further apart than this. That's only 5 feet. You're actually 60 feet. So this whole thing is way bigger than this. It's just not going to show well on screen.
All right, fine. Put me back where I was.
And then everybody, kind of same thing, kind of like we did. Everybody, go ahead and just roll a spot check, and get me kind of like a collective how we did as far as that goes.
Can I use my survival instead with my?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
What's this check?
Spot.
Oh, that's a 4.
That's 7.
15, guys! Wow!
Hey,
Hey, you saw something.
I rolled a 6.
Mine's a 4 total.
Well, when it comes to stealth, we're all like 20, 30.
I think mine's at 18. Mine's at 18 total.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay. Sweet. We got a couple
Nice.
people. The general awareness is not what I would call extremely high, but it's not awful. A few people saved it there, brought up the average for you. So yeah, you travel throughout the morning, and kind of the things as I was explaining. You stop, you have a midday meal. You're all kind of rearing, like that it's going to be a stretch to do what your goal is for the day, and to also make it to the lake. So nobody's really dilly-dallying. You're still kind of filtering in and out, but broadly speaking, maintaining that formation that you have. And then as you get on kind of into the mid-afternoons, you're probably at this point, you're probably within, I don't know, 5-ish miles of your goal. Like it's a long day's walk, or at least of the shore. I should clarify. You guys are just kind of tromping along, and then have any of you seen Band of Brothers?
I mean,
Yes.
I have, but we watched it.
Yes.
So.
So Pixie and I have, was that Drew? Did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay. So a few of you will get this reference. But as you're just kind of going along, you're like mostly being quiet, but it's not like you're not ever talking, right? You're just trying to kind of like, okay, things are a little more open. We can see a little bit more right now, like chatter a little bit, and then kind of fall out of chatter. But as you're going along, you're kind of tromping along, doing your thing. And then all of a sudden, not that far from you, maybe 60, 70 feet at most, like you guys just kind of look up from what you're doing, and you notice kind of a little ways in front of you. It's like through the trees a little bit, but you can also see it clearly. Like you guys just kind of like stop and look up and see, and there's just like this one orc there, like kind of down on one knee, like working like a trap or a snare or something. And then like it looks up at you, and you look up at it, and the Band of Brothers reference being that time when I can't even think which character it is, but he like crests the hill and sees like
Winters.
Hmm?
It was Winters.
Yeah, it was Winters. And sees like a whole, I don't even know, squad or like battalion or whatever, like a ton of enemies. And then there's like one like young like really young looking like German kid, and they kind of like both look up at each other and like freeze for a second, and then he's like and like shoots him, and then they like chaos ensues. So it's kind of like that moment. He's not like literally pooping, but like you kind of catch him with his pants down. Like you guys aren't it's at a moment when you guys aren't maybe quite as alert as you had been being. He didn't like really hear you coming until you got like surprisingly close, because he was focused on what he was doing, and you guys are just like, there's just this brief moment where you all kind of like stare each other down.
So distances are accurate?
Hold on, what is the actual distance? I hadn't had a chance to measure it yet.
Well, the distances between us were definitely not.
No, yeah, the distances between you guys are definitely not. So we'll need to deal with that a little bit. No, he's probably more like that distance ish. I had just moved in. Okay, you can still see him. I see his club just barely on Pixie's view there.
Yeah, I can see him.
But the obstacles are still true, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So charging is out of the picture.
Correct.
30, 30. Oh yeah, you can measure
I
that,
draw my
right?
light crossbow
Is it 2?
and load
That's
it.
how you measure it?
We're not in combat yet.
Yeah, so for anybody who's not Alendite, just remember there's also, as far as movement goes, like you would be further spread out, so your distance is going to be a little bit higher than what it says there. But we can just work from that and then tack on, you know, another 20 or whatever. So yeah, like what's your reaction to that? Is that, like, you're gonna try and call out to it? You're gonna try and run up to it? You're gonna run away from it? You're gonna shoot it? Like what's?
You said we had clear line of sight of it, right?
Like semi-obstructed. You know, it's not super dense forest, but you're definitely not in like plains either.
Okay. Don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but can I prepare in anticipation a spell?
You definitely can. Yeah, so that holds your standard action to, or actually forget, preparing might be a full round action. So I'll double check that. But yeah, you can like set a trigger of like, if this happens, I'm gonna cast this spell or whatever.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna prepare Entangle, and if any of us strike, I'm going to cast it.
Like, so if anyone in the party makes a successful attack against it, you're going to cast Entangle on the area.
Oh, wait a minute. Not everyone here has range. Okay.
I'm going to cast Friendly Face.
Okay. So right now it's essentially you, like, everyone has a surprise round. It kind of does on you. You kind of do on it. Which I realize also just kind of means that we're like, that it's not a surprise round. But yeah, there's just this brief moment where you all kind of like, and then you all kind of like, you know, jump into whatever action you're gonna do.
So I'm gonna try to cast Friendly Face and yell out, "Oh, hey there, friend!" And I suppose from there I will see what everybody else does, because if everybody starts shooting at them, you know, whatever. But
Okay. And Friendly Face, what? I think it just gives you like a 5 to diplomacy or something.
diplomacy or gather information, yeah, but just try to make myself seem friendlier.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, go ahead and give it a diplomacy roll.
Wow.
Nice.
22 plus 5, so 27.
Oh Lord. Okay, I gotta actually look up the diplomacy table then.
Wait, so we're all acting at the same time?
I mean, ish.
so
Like, you're all gonna give me like 1 or 2 like quick things that you're like planning on doing, and then if necessary, we'll like enter initiative after that.
That's why I just started with, "Hey there, friend," and you know, if you guys decide to murk him before I finish my sentence, whatever. But
And just confirming,
I kind
just
of feel
one
bad
Yep.
ruining
Yeah,
this
at least for the
roll
moment,
if I
you see
screw it
one
up.
orc. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and what was your total
Okay.
result? 27.
27.
Okay.
I don't think I'm gonna cast Entanglement. Because I could potentially.
But I did
us.
step forward as I said that as well. We'll put it
Sure. Okay.
10 feet or something. Yeah.
Okay. You do see that it you know, its initial reaction was almost to kind of like bare its teeth at you. Like just what, you know, as you guys start to react, like its initial reaction is just kind of like to what's the word I want? You know, like to signal aggression at you.
Right.
But as you start to call out to it, like you know, it's just like meta knowledge, it actually takes a minute or more to change someone's attitude with diplomacy. But as far as like an initial like reaction goes, you actually, you know, maybe it's the magic on your face, maybe it's maybe you just hit the right tone of voice, you know, maybe you guys just scared it well enough or whatever, but it does, you just see its expression does kind of like melt a little bit from that like aggressive stance that it took when you call out to it.
So yeah, I try just put a hand out kind of thing. Try to tell everybody Alandite not to just immediately try to murder it. And I think that's about all I've got for 6 seconds, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. So yeah, the rest of you see, you know, its initial reaction, like I said, after that dumbfoundment slips away, is like it kind of goes to grab its weapon and like kind of like bares its teeth at you. But as Rubato, who's just looking particularly stunning right now to all of you, manages to call out something to it, and you see a bit of hesitation in its step. It certainly doesn't like lower its weapon or whatever, but maybe you see a little bit less of its teeth. Maybe it's you know, maybe it's not like rushing at you quite as much as you might have expected it to.
Does anybody in the rest of our party here do anything?
Okay, I can't. You can't reason with these brutes, and I start charging in.
Can it see me?
I was about to. Okay.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right.
Babe, can it see me from its vantage point?
I mean, yeah, I wasn't having you guys like actually hide.
Well, I'm just asking, do I have cover? Am I being actively observed?
Oh, yeah, you probably have cover. All of you probably have cover against ranged attacks right now. But you, I don't know. I guess let me make a spot check for it. No, I'll say it doesn't see you.
All right. I'm gonna hide and move silent.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want that many dice.
Yeah, go ahead and move yourself, Alandite.
I'm going to use run with my horse and charge. You tell me if this is legal and if it's
That's not an
possible what I
actual roll.
draw.
So there's a couple things happening there. Run is like a specific action.
Okay.
Charge is a specific action.
Okay.
Charging, definitely you have to move in a straight line, and your movement has to be unobstructed. You can't go through difficult terrain or anything like that, which you like going through bushes would be. Run itself, I'm trying to find. You can run as a full round action. When you run, you can move up to 4 times your speed in a straight line, or 3 times your speed if you're in heavy armor. You lose any dexterity bonus to AC unless you have the run feat. You can run for a number of rounds equal to your constitution score.
Does the horse have the run feat? I don't know if I've read that somewhere.
Not that I recollect, no.
Okay.
A run represents a speed of about 12 miles an hour for an unencumbered human. So, you know, for a horse, it's a bit faster than that. In a straight line. It didn't say that you know, because for charge, like I said, it can't be through difficult terrain or whatever, but run does not say that. So I think you could run up to it or potentially, you know, over it or whatever. And then you just pay double movement for any like bushes or anything that you have to move through.
But I wouldn't have an attack after.
You could, because it's your horse running, right?
Okay, so I could still charge.
Can't charge over rough
no,
terrain.
because same thing, because the horse is charging, right? Like, so your action as far as what movement you're about to have is like you're gonna take whatever it is, a move action, right, to make a ride check to get your horse to do the thing, and then your horse is gonna do the thing, which would be the horse's full round action, and then at that time your movement is done, its full round is done, and then you have a standard action.
Oh, okay, so the charge is considered the movement of the horse.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I'll do the run up to the horse or up to the orc, and then just do a sword attack.
Okay.
I rolled a 25 total to Hyatt, and
Okay.
So that'll be 70 feet with the run, but the path that's going not the path that I took. It doesn't show any bushes. Does that count as no?
Well, no, because run is specifically in a straight line, so you're gonna have to go through the bush and stuff. But for running, that's okay. It's gonna like reduce the total amount of movement that you can do. But you already have plenty of movement, so like that's the price that you can pay.
Now hold on. Wait.
Why is my horse flying?
Because horses' move speed is 60. So when running, you can go 180 feet. So that was 70 plus, maybe 20 feet through bush, maybe 15 or 20 feet through bushes, which would be double movement. So that was like 85, 90 feet of your 180 feet of movement. Like you're totally fine.
Okay. Does this count as a surprise attack, or is this still?
No, because you both surprised each other, so to speak. So
Now to double check, because these distances weren't correct when we began.
It was for him though. He was the one person that it was correct for.
Because he was up center.
Yeah.
Okay. Had to check.
Yep. Yeah. Well, and he, like I said, he has so much movement. Like honestly, he could have been anywhere in the formation, and the horse would have been able to make it.
And can I use my full round action to run up with him?
Sure. Yeah, kind of a together charge almost. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and start moving yourself. Alan Dyke, go ahead and make a melee whatever it is, longsword. I think
I should have enough, right? Because I moved 30.
So you'd have 90. So yeah. So what's your movement from wherever you currently are, and then add like 30 to it, and that
11 plus 4. So 15.
Add 30.
Oh yeah, so you probably wouldn't quite get to it, but yeah, so you'd probably show up somewhere around, like probably somewhere around here-ish.
Could I try to like jump so I could go farther with my swift leap?
Jump is, unless swift leap specifically overrides this, jump is any distance traveled from your jump is part of your maximum movement.
Okay.
All right, Alan Dyke, what did we have there? That was
an 11 plus 4, so 15, and that's the attack. 2 plus 3 if it succeeds.
Okay.
Or so 2 plus 1, sorry, for 3.
Uh, 15 to hit, you said?
Correct.
Where in the world? I must be blind. There it is. Okay. It has some hides and leathers and whatnot on that has some patches of like studding, maybe even a little bit of chainmail, but it's very much thrown together and a bit of a hodgepodge. So it is armored, but you don't have any particular trouble as you come riding up to it, like picking out a spot to try and like work your sword in where it looks like there's no metal reinforcing the hide, and you get a pretty good slice in that makes contact with flesh. It was 4 damage, you said?
3.
3. Okay. All right. So Bahir's running up. Rubato, at minimum, made a good distraction.
That's fair. That's something.
What? How much else do we have?
Not what I was aiming for, but I guess I'll take it.
Yeah, Skabosh sneaks off to the side. What does that give us for Druge and Ava? How are you guys reacting to this kind of, burst of aggression from your allies.
Would you like to go first, Juice?
I was just gonna say I'm gonna run forward 30 feet and take a shot. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't get that feat. Oh. I'm just gonna move forward 30 feet. I can't shoot. If I take a shot, there's a chance that I can hit Alan Dyke.
Correct, because they are engaged in melee.
Yeah.
So there would be an additional 4 armor on behalf of the orc.
And a chance
if
to hit
you'd
your
like
ally.
to, though. So yeah, go ahead and move yourself there, because also there's kind of like the hidden movement that we didn't deal with, where you should have been like 80 feet off to the left or whatever. So yeah, we can say that you start like hustling through the brush, and then you make it to about where you had measured. I think works just fine. And then same thing with Ava. So it's probably like 100-ish feet away from you, Ava. Like it's pretty far.
Yeah. And then, oh wait, sorry. Is it my turn? Or
Yeah,
was Juice still going? Okay, sorry. So Skabosh is going around to the east side. Is that correct? I'm trying to
I'm
find
behind a tree nearby here.
nearby here.
She's right here.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I was thinking maybe go around the other way, like kind of like going, I don't know. I think I'll just also move. Maybe I'll go like a little bit more this way if I can.
Okay.
That was
kind
my
of like-
original plan, but the range on my crossbow is not very far.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Kind of keep the spread around this orc pretty wide.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's also why I'm behind a tree currently.
Yeah.
With because we only see this one orc, with that move, am I able to like check, like I don't know what the terrain is like right around this orc, am I able to like look beyond that orc or see like any other orcs? Is that something I'm able to
make
look
a spot
for?
check.
Okay. Hmm. 16.
Nice.
Okay. Sorry, I was doing a little camera direction. What was it?
No, you good. 16 for a spot.
Okay. So far you don't see anything humanoid other than this guy.
Whew. Nice.
All right. So we could initiative, but that accelerated very quickly. So there's probably not a ton more that's going to happen here. So I think we'll just go through and kind of an ad hoc initiative for one more turn here.
Mm-hmm.
So I said initially before it was kind of briefly halted again, it had started to grab for its weapon and whatnot. So it is armed. I guess you're probably not paying super attention to it, but Alan Dyke can see there's like a little snare there that has like a squirrel or a rabbit or something in it. That was what he was working on. And he like picks up his like big nasty looking jagged edged sword and like lets out a wow, I yeeted that thing. Lets out a like practically a roar that's fairly loud, and then like takes a swing back at you with his sword.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Why is everybody rolling sixes today?
It's crazy.
He misses that attack. It's Yeah, that's only a 10 total. So he doesn't even like meaningfully make contact with you or horse or anything. He's so thrown off by because all this happened in like a couple seconds. So he grabs his weapon off the ground, like throws his head back and like yells up to the sky, and then like as he's doing that, right, as he's kind of like throwing his torso back, he's like kind of like like thrusts that arm up at you. Is like all is kind of that same motion, but it just swings wild as he's yelling out, and like doesn't even make contact with you. And I think Alendite was our first like real go, I think, right? Well, I guess Rubato was actually.
Rubato was,
yeah.
I pretty much just kind of close my eyes and turn around.
Okay.
Look, keep an eye behind us, I guess, for anything coming from the other side, I guess.
All right. How about Alendite?
Is dismounting a full action?
I think it's move normally, and then you can quick dismount faster. Let me look though. Rep Rubato's camera.
Yep.
Hello, Rubato. I think he died. He's offline on Discord too now.
I wonder.
There he is.
Welcome back.
Hey.
No, I'm always offline on Discord.
Hello.
Gotcha. All right, fast mount or dismount. You can attempt to mount or dismount from a mount up to one size category larger than yourself as a free action, provided that you still have a move action available. If you fail the ride check, mounting or dismounting is a move action. You cannot use fast mount or dismount on a mount more than one size category larger than yourself. So, there's really no penalty as long as you don't nat one. It's just you can try and do it faster, and if you don't, then you just do it as a move action like you would have.
Yeah, I'll fast dismount.
Yeah.
9 plus 9, 18.
And does that plus 9 include your armor check penalty?
That does not include my armor check penalty. No, so that is minus 5, 6. No, am I including my shield with that?
I
guess
say
so,
that
because
you
I'm
drew
holding
your shield, so I don't think so.
So it's minus 4.
Okay. Giving you a total of
18 minus 4, 14.
14. Okay. Opportunity windows open. Ride. Nope, no dice. So it takes your movement.
Okay. I will issue the Knight's Challenge.
And actually, for whatever it's worth, 18 also. It's a DC 20, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now that I look at it, I didn't even need to ask about armor check. Okay, you'll have to remind me. For one, you like describe to us what you were doing, and then after that, just remind me real quick of the mechanics of that.
So basically, a Knight's Challenge is it's an honorable challenge for a one-on-one fight. And anyone with an intelligible language basically knows the fight. I'm basically engaging in one-on-one combat. It's plus I gain +1 will, +1 base attack bonus, and +1 attack.
Okay. And what are you? Give us a little flavor here. What are you doing? How are you challenging this orc, which, probably does not share a language with you?
So as he roars at me and bats, he misses me, but as he swings his mace on the floor and he roars at me, I get off my horse and I roar back at him and I draw my shield after in like an intimidating, challenging manner, kind of beating my chest.
Okay.
And I say he won't, maybe if he understands it, bonus, but if he doesn't, I say I challenge you. one-on-one.
Scrooge! You know Orcish?
I do.
Can you translate for our friend?
I can try.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Sure.
What shield do you have, real quick, Alan?
It is a heavy wooden shield.
Tell the orc he's being challenged to one-on-one combat with our warrior, with our knight here. Warrior's challenge. You could just say you said what I said.
Yeah, okay. I was like,
Yeah, unless you really want to put some mustard on it, you can just say you do.
I wanted to hear your best Orcish.
I don't even know what Orcish sounds like. I'll talk like an orc from WoW.
It'd be like
I mean, that would have been fine, but yeah, this is also fine.
Dunk dunk.
That's all you get.
I like it. I mean, honestly, right? Because I always feel like Orcish probably lacks a lot of like pronouns and adjectives and whatnot. So you like probably all you said is like, fight you, or like he fight you. So it probably would just be a couple syllables anyway.
I don't know. When it comes to combat, I feel like there'd be a little more intricacy to it.
It's an orc.
Well, but also
That's
this is
like
quick,
the
right?
language
This
of
is
the
like-
orc.
It's an orc.
Okay, tell him. If I win, he tells us where his camp is. If I lose, he goes free.
Okay.
Okay. So what I was gonna say is like just a quick shout out of like, because functionally that doesn't change anything since it can already understand that it's being challenged anyway. If you want to try and actually like set stakes and like diplomacy, not diplomacy, but kind of like make it a thing, that's probably gonna like take a round and like a diplomacy roll, and there's gonna be a little bit more to that.
If only you had somebody good at diplomacy.
I was just about to ask if I could do that with the diplomacy roll. Like, propose it. Like, if he beats you in a fight, you tell us, where your local encampment is.
You know what? I'll allow it. It's because we're only pseudo acting in initiative order here anyway, so we can flex that a little bit. I'll allow it. As a real quick question though, just before I forget, what type of action is the Knight's Challenge, or is it even an action?
I think it's instant.
If you can, just like look for that real quickly. And so yeah, and Druge is probably like, would you be standing where you are, or would you be still kind of moving closer during this like pseudo round?
Me? No, yeah, I was just moving another 30 feet closer to the action.
So you come up closer, but as you like see what's unfolding, and you get kind of like roped into this helping make this challenge as well. You and I don't think you'd said you'd drawn a weapon yet anyway. So you kind of like not like hold your hands out like peacefully, but you kind of like throw your arms out wide to like show that at least you're not like actively currently threatening it. And then you make it that offer, and you see it really quickly, like it looks from one of you to another, and like and you've translated that offer of like whoever wins essentially like gets info. And it's just like takes kind of the hilt of its blade and kind of like pounds it on its chest, and is like, "And I live."
You use this ability a number of times per day. If you're half your class level, your charisma one is per day. As you gain levels, you gain a number of options in connection
Yeah, it
with
doesn't
ability.
say what type of action it is.
Oh, that's weird.
I'm reading through it too.
So he pounds the hilt of his
Swift
weapon on his
action.
chest.
It is a swift action.
Okay.
Thank you.
That makes sense. Yeah. So he kind of like pounds on his chest, like partly, still trying to show that he's not just like totally caving to you guys, but also like kind of to indicate self, right? So he's kind of like blah, blah. And he's like, "And I live."
Yeah, okay, so I'll confer with you guys. Under the assumption that he's saying that, if he loses, we let him go still, but he gives us information on where his encampment is.
Can I try to make a sense motive check on Alan Diet and seeing if he actually means he'll let this dude live?
Sure.
It would be against my honor to let anything else happen. These are the rules.
I mean, those were more or less the rules before, too.
I got an 8, so I mean...
I think that Alondite has learned his lesson from
Yeah,
the
you
last time.
you don't have a strong read, one way or the other that like alters your perception.
I mean, he did just say these, like, animals can't be forgiven and charged in, so...
Yeah, on that note, I'm hiding behind this tree, looking away.
Okay. Yeah, does anybody else have any thoughts? Like, this guy's essentially like, well, like I'm posed if I don't agree to something, right? Because otherwise it would just like fight, but they're not mindless. So he's like, well, I guess a one-on-one duel is better than not. So yeah, that's his like that's his condition is like win or lose, he gets to live.
Wait, so did I not even have to roll?
Well, I think
roll
because
to see
like
if he would give us?
specifically what what you guys challenged it with, I think we can just play that out. Like I think
Okay.
it makes sense for him to like agree and maybe make a small counter offer, so to speak.
Okay.
Do we not in agreement?
Not do you? I don't know.
Sure.
I ready myself.
I'm
And
gonna
I
move
take 10
closer.
paces back.
Okay. And it kind of sees what you're doing and kind of like nods and like starts to back up. And then it I don't know, whatever the orc equivalent of kind of like holding up one finger, like one more thing, is and then he's been looking at Alendite this whole time as they both kind of like pace off to each other, and then he looks over to Druge again, and like kind of scowls a little bit as it like sets into him that this is like that you're half orcish. But still he knows that this is kind of his only chance, and so he's like first bleed. And so he's like trying to indicate that like victory is just whoever draws blood first, right? Like he's trying to live, right? So like
yeah.
So he just wants to go for kind of first blood as the winner, because he's already been hit once, so he doesn't want you to like run him through, or that doesn't really work for him.
Okay.
I mean, we could have talked this out.
So like you guys, if you don't react right away, he like kind of looks back over to Alendite again, looks back over to Druge and is like, says something in Orcish, which of course Alendite doesn't understand, but he just like repeats himself and nods, like he's like, bleed first.
I propose the idea. Alendite, how do you feel? He's proposing the first to draw blood is the winner.
Easier for me.
I communicate in Orcish back to him, let him know. First to draw blood.
Okay.
And then
all right. So let's actually for this, let's just the two of us roll initiative. Because obviously that or I don't know, or do we want to just go together? Do we want to do samesies? That might be kind of fun, right? It's a duel, like run at each other and
rollies, yeah, let's go.
All right.
Rollies.
All right. So yeah, just let's just make you guys step back, do whatever kind of like sign of honor you want to do or whatever. He just like grins at you, and then you both like run in at each other.
Ready, set, go.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You just lose Alan Diet.
Well, I mean, I hadn't considered that because you guys both hit each other in the same round.
Oh.
I'm assuming at least, right? You have more than like a +2 to your attack, right?
Yeah, I have +3.
Yeah. Okay. So what? What's your inner Alandite here? Are you gonna go through with it and like kind of pull your attack and just kind of nick him on the arm or whatever, or are you gonna run him through?
First blood. We both bled. Again. But no, your roll was better. Yeah, I lost.
Okay. So, you guys, it's almost kind of like the classic anime scene, right? You guys almost kind of like run past each other a little bit and both make your attacks, and you're bleeding a little bit, he's bleeding a little bit. You're both like, ah, and then you realize that the other one is also bleeding. So like at first it's like it looks horrified, and then it like turns around and sees that you're bleeding too, and it like looks triumphant, and then it's kind of like like looks confused because it looks down and sees that it's also bleeding. So it's like this really awkward situation.
No.
But what I'm interpreting from what you're saying is you're essentially going to try and kind of like be honorable here and like cede the win because you got the better hit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it is not a knight, so not that he's gonna like attack you back or anything, but he's certainly not bound by any honor code or anything. So when you however you want to describe it, you like kind of body language try and convey to him that that he kind of takes the point, so to speak. He's definitely like he's like celebrating a little bit.
Oh, okay, hold on. It doesn't matter enough, but I did forget to add my actual bonuses of the +1 to attack and the will, or the base attack bonus. It doesn't matter enough for this case, but...
I mean, what would it have been?
1 more to the roll and 1 more to damage.
What would your total attack have been?
Total attack would have been... Okay, let's do the math. It wouldn't have beat your 19. It would have been...
Well, here's what I'm thinking, though. Who beat the other's AC by more?
Yeah.
Okay. You would only have beaten mine by 1. And I got... What did I get? I got 11 plus 3 plus 1, so for 15. My bonus would be 5.
Oh no.
So what was your total attack result?
11 plus 4, 15.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your AC?
18.
Okay.
If it's a straight up draw.
No, it was that that change is the tiebreaker. So I'll still stick with it. I'll just reflavor it a little bit. You guys, like I said, kind of not straight up run past each other, but kind of a la that. And it actually does feel, and it does hit you. Like he got a surprisingly good attack in with this, wicked looking, like barely forged blade that he has. And you take a point of damage. He followed through on his promise on that because he knows he's going to get murdered by all the rest of them if he doesn't. So he knows that he hit you, and at the very first he's like, almost like Tusken Raider yell, right? He's like, and then he looks down and sees also that you've drawn blood from him, and he's like his face just falls, and he kind of briefly goes through the stages of fight or flight, right? He kind of looks around or whatever, and kind of almost starts to draw his weapon back a little bit, but then and then drops his weapon and almost looks like he's gonna run or whatever, and then eventually he's just like
stab my sword into the dirt, and I tap my chest.
We did say he was free to go after him.
Yeah, now he's got to lead us.
I think the wording was it had to tell you.
Yeah. He didn't say he didn't have to come with us. He just had to tell us where.
I mean, he can't stop us from following him. Like...
Okay, so that was my plan. Even if I lost, it was we follow him.
Like, what's he gonna do? Kill us? Like,
but who's to say he's leading us back to where his friends are?
I feel like it would be in his best interest to lead us to.
A few of us have sense motive, so.
Well, or yeah, I mean, you can try to, alter the deal. Pray you don't alter it any further. Because also you could argue like, well, yeah, we said like, tell us where it is. Like we meant take us there, so like, I'm not going to say you just auto succeed at that, but if you want to try and like diplomacy that,
definitely that's.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do diplomacy for that. Come on, diplomacy. I'm supposed to be good at it. Okay, 15.
Well, but realistically though, and I'll say that you can give it a bonus, right? Because you kind of help like guide Druge on like how you want to try and communicate that, but like it can't understand you, so it's actually going to need to be Druge making that diplomacy check.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll roll that real quick.
Okay, that was my assist.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what's up.
Wow.
Oh no.
So total will be 8.
Great.
Everything's great.
8's pretty good. I mean,
so
what'd you do? Drop an F bomb in the
10. Talent I tell.
One, but total would be 8.
So that's a 10.
So yeah, as far as the rest of you guys are concerned, the two of them are kind of like grunting and like yelling back and forth at each other. It's almost like hearing people speak German, right? Like everything sounds angry, even if it's not. But ultimately, this guy's doing his best to like not save face, but it's he's trying to like strongman his way through this a little bit. He's like. Kind of like pounds his fist onto his thighs. He's like, no, I tell, I go, and you try and convince him like, no, I mean, we're just gonna. So unless you want to tell him specifically, we're just gonna follow you anyway. Which I'll leave that up to you guys. He's sticking to his guns on this. He's like, I tell, I give proof, I go.
Subash and Ava, come here. What do you think? Or are you even close enough to hear me if I'm to say come here for a sec?
Well, I assume I'd be up there watching.
Yeah, like I said, we weren't really fully acting in rounds, so yeah, anybody who was moving or whatever, or if Ava wants to keep kind of like circling the area, or if anybody wants to walk, like kind of whatever you guys want to do as far as that goes.
What is it?
I don't know if I can trust him with his word. And where the encampment is, do you think we could follow him back?
If needed?
Discreetly.
I guess that's true. I'm like right in front of him, but yeah, never mind. He can't understand you. So
me and Ava could probably follow if needed.
Are you okay with that?
He's just, he kind of picks up that you guys are like talking your way through this a little bit, and he's kind of like, he's trying to lean into it, right? He's like almost dead. He's he's on his last leg, both like diplomatically and health wise here, and he sees you guys kind of talking it out. He's doing his best to put on like as best as he can. He's doing his best to put on a smile and kind of like nod his head at you guys, like yeah, like.
Oh, I don't want to screw it up by intimidating him. No, that's not a good idea. No, I'll leave it at that.
Can I offer to mend his wounds in hopes that maybe we get more information?
I'm down with that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is
So
Orc to
Plus,
orc
if all,
trust.
we could always have Druge do sense motive, since Druge is the only one of us that can understand him.
right. So you don't necessarily know like how hurt he is, right? Because like in character, you're not dealing with like hit point numbers or like whatever. You saw Alan Dite give him, the initial attack was a reasonably good hit on him, and then that although it wasn't a major hit, that he's been like hit again. So you can kind of interpret that however you want. As far as your heals go, your cantrip heal will heal for 5. And then your first level heal will heal for between 5 and 13.
I'll just use the cantrip heal, the cure minor wounds.
Okay. I'm assuming you're gonna you want to like hash that out with him real quickly first,
Yeah.
or are you just gonna do it as like a sign of goodwill
Yeah,
and then try and like guilt him?
I wanted to offer him, or
Okay.
I wanted to like have the conversation. Identify that he has some wounds, and offer up my assistance, to help mend the wounds that he has, and maybe try and butter him up, see if he'd be more willing. Also, I don't know if he needs any water. I can also offer some of that up with the create water. I can cast that as well. I don't know how long he's been out here. He was setting up a trap earlier, so he must have been hungry. I might need something to eat, something to drink.
Yeah, no, I dig it. That's a great plan. Give me a diplomacy roll.
Please not, man. Please, man. I couldn't be worse than the last one.
I'm gonna give you a +4 this time because that's a very good plan.
You could do it.
Ooh.
All right, but that's
did
+4 and then +7 for myself. So that's what is that,
Okay.
15?
Yeah.
15 diplomacy roll.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say actually for it's kind of as far as that goes. Oh crap! I thought I had that open still. Like obviously he like in the strictest sense of the word, like he is hostile towards you in terms of like you are on the opposite sides of most of life. But as far as like how diplomacy works, I'm actually gonna say that he's unfriendly. Because like functionally, right, like you guys like you got to a point where you're like working together, like you agreed to this duel, whatever. So like he doesn't like it, he doesn't want to, but I don't think that he's outright hostile to you in like the mechanical sense. So I think saying that he is unfriendly to you kind of as a starting position. And then you start, maybe you kind of work your way up, right? Like I like your ideas. I'm just gonna like change the order around. So first you offer him some water, and he kind of like nods a little bit, but he's kind of like, like that's not really selling him on it. And then you manage to like grunt out to him that like and like I'll heal your wounds. And and then you start just you kind of amp it up a few times, right? And kind of lay it on thick, and eventually he stops and like looks, it kind of looks you guys all over again. You can see he's like thinking really hard about this. So what you're trying to convince him essentially, just to make sure I'm clear, is you'll give him water and heal him if he'll promise to take you there before he leaves, and then you guys will let him leave and live.
To my understanding, it was just give us the information.
Well, you're already getting that.
Oh, okay.
So I thought you were trying to upsell him to like.
Oh,
get him
yeah.
to take
I mean,
you
take us there. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So he's you can see him kind of like chewing on his gums a little bit, and then his eyes like alight on his weapon, and he's like, as you can see all this though, like he's trying to keep it together and put on like a strong front, but he's definitely got like kind of one hand around his rib cage, like holding onto this wound from the first attack, and like he's definitely not looking good. But he's gonna shoot his shot one more time, and he's like so you've offered, I'll heal you, I'll give you water, if you take us to the camp. And he's like I get weapon back when I go.
Sure.
Okay.
I think. It's easy enough.
I think in Orcish, he and I have a private conversation, and without confronting with the group, I just say, "Yeah, you'll get it back."
I like that. I was actually going to suggest that you do that, so I love where your head's at. That's great. Okay, that's translator's privilege, right?
Yeah. I tell, I'm gonna tell the rest of the guys. Oh yeah, he just wants to make sure that we'll leave him in good standing when he goes on his way.
Is Rabata still like hiding back there?
Yes, he is.
I'll go get him to make sure he's okay.
I tell him like, don't worry, we were not murdering this one.
And as Bear's doing, I'm like, Bear, come here. I need you for something.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I am hiding back here and keeping an eye.
I lost my character. Where did he go?
Remember, you can double click on your portrait and it'll like
yeah, I found it. What?
So, already told Ava and Skabosh about this, and you have an awesome scent. I'm not sure if we can trust him to lead us in the right direction or if he is going to. You've got a good scent with him, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You think you could follow him at a distance?
Well, he's taking us now, right? So
yes,
we're good.
I don't know if
Drew
just told you guys that yet, but yes, that's what's happening.
Oh,
does your scent work in a way that you could tell that there's more around us if he's leading us into a trap?
I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't rely too much on my scent if I have to make survival checks for it. So,
well, it depends a little bit, right? Because there's a difference between like I want to use scent to accomplish this thing, so I'm gonna like figure out where the wind is, like try and position myself, yada yada. So like when we've done that, we've like scent has generally been more like effective than when it's like like what, just kind of broadly, like what do I smell? So I see it as kind of like how much work do you put into it. So like if you want to specifically like come up with an approach plan that like is going to utilize your scent, which in that case you would want to be downwind from where you suspect the thing is. Like you can definitely do stuff to like kind of manufacture a situation where scent is going to be more useful than just kind of like what do I smell.
I don't know, short answer. So, but I mean, like, we do want him to lead us to where there's more of them, so I don't know if it would work anyway, because that's kind of the goal in the first place.
Yeah, but we want to find a camp, we don't want to find a trap, you know what I mean? And we want to leave undetected.
I think...
I'm thinking as you guys are having this conversation, like this is more or less concurrent with Drew's talking to him, and he like as you guys are having that conversation, and I'm just gonna say like Drew's, you like know this gesture, but he goes to essentially give you like an orcish handshake, like you guys are gonna shake on it, but not actually shake. So think like if you combined like a chest bump, but with like like the classic scene in the movie when the rivals in the high school are walking past each other and they like shoulder check each other.
Yeah.
So it's like a chest bump, but like with your shoulders. So that's like the orcish like sign of assent. So like when you agree, then he's gonna not shout like in a way that you're worried about. But like he kind of like goes at you like he's gonna shoulder check you, which you would expect, and yells out his name, which would be that's kind of like like sealing the agreement or whatever. So he like goes for your shoulder with his right shoulder, and just like yells out like Torque, which is his presumably his name. Do you meet him like with that?
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. So yeah, like and if you guys want to make knowledge checks or whatever to know in character, like cool. But as you guys are like talking about this or whatever, and they've been like grunting at each other, then like all of a sudden the two of them let out like I said, it's not like, you know, it's not like an alert or anything. It doesn't feel like he's like yelling at the top of his lungs. But like both Druge and this orc like let out a like yell of some word in Orcish and like kind of shoulder check each other, and then the orc stands back and like he looks happy.
Would me and my Knight's Challenge be able to pick up on that and record it in my memory as like part of like challenges and acceptance of deals and stuff like that?
Is your DVR on?
It's limiting its max capacity, but yeah.
Yeah. I think either make a sense motive check or ask Druge what just happened, but after you like acquire that knowledge, then Druge.
Was that you just asking?
After the exchange, I'll ask. Kind of like when we start moving our way, I'll do like a discreet, hey, Doug.
Okay. So yeah, we exchanged. Has his weapon been picked up yet or no?
No, it's still on the ground. Although I'll say, like he reaches down, you know, after you guys do that, he like stands there for a second and is like, yeah. And then he reaches down to grab it, but not the way you think. He reaches down and kind of like grab, you know, it's a single bladed weapon, so it's not like a long sword that's you know, sharp on both sides. So he kind of grabs on like the I can't think what the word is. It's not fuller. That's the thing where you like take metal out of the blade to make it lighter. But like grabs, you know, kind of on like the spine of the blade, and then you know, and like spins it around and like hands it, like holds it out to you guys. One of you like pommel first.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take it.
Okay.
Take it and hold it on my person.
And then yeah, are you so Alandite is like essentially asking you like what just happened? You're like, what was that? Like, why did you guys like run into each other?
Yeah. Hey, Doug, what was that you just did? Was that like a sort of formal agreement or like?
Yeah, it was more or less what you would consider a handshake. We discussed what the deal would be, and then that was the sealing of the deal, of him leading us to his encampment, and then us just leaving him in a better condition than we found him.
Okay, and what he shouted, what did that mean? Was that like a word, or was it his name? Or
that was his name. It's just
okay.
You shout your name, more so as like a sign of respect, when presenting yourself to another orc.
It's almost like a verbal signature. You're kind of like putting your stamp on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roboto, it's safe now.
Is it dead?
No, we're not killing. We're not killing people randomly.
Yeah.
He's gonna lead us to camp.
Alondite hasn't killed him yet, so.
Oh, great! That means I can still watch it.
Exactly. Yeah.
So are you gonna heal it now, Druge?
No.
All right, let's go, Roboto.
No. All right, I'm coming.
I'm gonna wait till we get to a point where he's kind of like communicating with me that, oh, we're getting close.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. He's gonna grumble about it a little bit, but you guys didn't discuss that, so like, you know, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't want to heal him and then he just takes off.
Okay.
Oops.
Well, I'm proud of you guys. It's and not even me mean about like Alandite killing it or whatever, but just like in general, you had a combat that didn't result in everything dying, and you managed to navigate that I think in a pretty interesting way. I dig it.
I approach him and give him my thumbs up.
I cast Fireball.
Okay. So are you going to go with your flying W, or are you thinking you like following him? It might not be as necessary to you know, to have like a search pattern.
I stay a little wide.
Okay. About how far are you thinking?
Say like 15 feet out.
Oh, okay. So just off a
Just
little bit.
a little wide. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Skabosh and Ava, can you take flanks either side, kind of stay out of sight? Just
Usually
in
how
case.
I prefer to travel.
Of course.
Can do.
Wait,
And
what
be
is that?
here.
What is that,
Stay
sweetie?
close, just in case
Hide?
you sense something that
Well,
might be out of.
So remember, for hiding and moving silently, that's going to slow your speed by half.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
Or even by 3/4. I'd have to double check
fine.
that, but
I
by
just
a lot.
stick to the rush.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
And then, Al and I, are you leading? The W?
Which formation do you think would be best? I don't want to stay. I don't want him to run. I think you should stay close to him since you kind of blend in a little bit better. I'll stay within attack distance. And
so 300 feet.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I have ample time to move quietly then.
All right, so do you want to kind of put Druge and your new conscript here like up front a little bit? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm an orc, but I'm frail. Don't leave me alone with him for too long.
I'll stand up front with them.
Okay. All right.
So are we moving full speed then?
That was my impression.
Yeah.
I would much rather prefer to not.
For the record, I have not put away my crossbow. I still have my light crossbow out and loaded.
It is. You can move up to half your normal move speed for moving silently.
Can you ask him how far we would have to travel and if we would be there before daybreak?
Absolutely. Orcish.
Yeah. So you're asking Druge to ask the orc that is what you mean?
Yes.
Yes. Lokar.
Right. He kind of like looks up at the sky, like kind of looks around a little bit, like kind of like furrows his brow, like kind of like double checks himself, and then I'll actually go ahead and make a survival check for him. He's like, I never thought about it. I wonder if orcs tell time the same way that we do. But for the sake of expediency here, I'll just say yes. He's like, oh, and what's your speed normally? Like 24 miles a day, and we've got like a quarter of a day's travel left, which is like 6 miles. Which if you're traveling 24 miles in 8 hours, you're going 3 miles an hour. Okay. Yeah, that works. That's about what I was thinking. So, he kind of stops and like, so first he gets his bearings, double checks himself, and then he stops and he's working real hard. He's like, like finger out, like 1, like 2, like, it's an arduous process, but he manages to get out and like count to 2, and then he tells you like not far, like 2 hours that way, if not slow like puny human.
Ooh.
Can I sense motive on that? Not understanding a word he's saying.
Yeah, so
I was like, we don't.
sense motive is also body language, right? I am going to say there's like a small penalty for not hearing the words, but yeah, you absolutely can sense motive on that.
Twelve.
I'll go for it. Where that could get that 20. No.
Or
Yeah.
a 6 again. That's
Another
the roll of the night, I think.
12.
The devil's number. 666666666.
Anybody else in on that?
Yeah, might as well.
11.
Everyone.
Oh my
So-
god.
Yeah, my 12 is still the best.
Yeah.
There we go. Ava got us 50.
Oh, you got 15.
Yeah, so technically to get a hunch on a situation, it's not like an opposed roll, it's a DC 20. But you know, I think there should be some degree of like partial success there. So you know, at first, as you hear him talking, Ava, you're kind of like everyone's watching this closely, right? Like this is kind of defining how your adventure is going to pan out. And you kind of size him up when Druge asks him the question, and you're like, you know, I don't exactly have a whole lot of experience reading orc body language, but like, you know, you didn't see him do anything really obvious, like stand on his on the heel of his back foot and cross his arms, or you know, anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a small hunch, but I thought I would just eye him over.
Sure. But yeah, nobody else has any strong feelings about it. Well, I don't even know if I'd call Ava strong, but nobody else has any real feelings about it. And Ava's kind of like, yeah, I don't know if I like trust my gut on this, but I kind of feel like it didn't look super sus, at least.
I feel like I
Sounds
should more a sense motive on Alendite in the situation, but
I'm trying to do my best, and you still don't trust me.
I mean, you didn't murder the last one. I'm just saying.
He had no value.
Also, just in case, Ava, if you said anything in response to that, you did not come through.
No, I was just laughing.
Nope, you're good.
That's not very knightly, Alondite.
Wasn't a knight then. I'm a changed person now.
Just saying.
All right.
Can't go around just killing people.
Now he has a title.
So are we all begrudgingly on board with our general plan?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Good way to word it.
2 hours away, easy peasy.
Let's just see if the dice have any interruptions in store for you.
A blizzard.
No, I boringly rolled. Just you remember, it's warm weather today.
Oh, nice.
Warm,
Is it windy?
warm weather with chance of orc.
All right, yeah, nothing particularly spectacular. As far as, you know, same thing. There's still, you're in a forest. Foresty things are happening. Every once in a while, you stop because, like, wait, I hear something. Then you, like, you know, kind of wait it out and like, oh, it's just you know, oh, there's a badger or like whatever.
Shoot at the
badger.
It does seem like his general guidance is, you know, like he's definitely taking you in the direction that he's, you know, that you would expect him to, and all that. There's nothing, you don't notice anything there. And then it's kind of annoying that it just hit ad break. But we'll go ahead and swap boards here real fast.
Hey, Drew, by any chance, is any of these are in the direction that we're going? Have you been it this way before? Is there any encampments that you know of?
I'm gonna say no.
I mean, this is still like, it's definitely not the one that you were looking for, but it's in the general area of where you were searching still, Druge. So
Okay.
like what you said is still right, and that like, no, like I'm not aware of anything here. This is too far. This isn't far enough east for like where I was expecting to see things. But you know, it's broadly speaking, like this area is you know, kind of like the section of forest that you were coming to search.
Mm-hmm.
I think I just heard that fish you were looking for, Alandite.
We get. There we go. Change daytime a little bit. And we'll still have to, just because of the size of this, I guess I could have copy pasted it out more, but you'll be a little bit further away from this than what you'll see on the board. So you'll have to just kind of imagine that. But let me
Stop it, Skabosh.
Summon y'all to board.
Saw that.
And also remember, like, you can look around, but ideally you just shouldn't do that because like your character can't see it yet. So you know, maybe at most you can maybe see like a little bit of the tower through the trees, but like broadly speaking, as far as your characters are concerned, in character, you're still like more or less just in the forest.
Apparently, I'm not a character.
Wait, do you not have access to your character, you mean?
Exactly.
Oh, weird.
They popped up and then went away.
There it goes.
Does anybody else? Druge looks good.
No, I'm here. I'm just a little split from everybody else.
Yep, you're all good.
We're missing our orc friend.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. But, so, you know, as you guys get to this point, which on the map, you're like, yeah, that's actually a reasonable distance. That's 200 feet. You're probably still a little further away than that. But, you know, off in the distance, he, like, navigates you to a point where, actually, you know what? You guys are great at climbing. He stops, what's probably about, like, 500 or so feet away. And then like points up in the tree and is like I stop here, like you climb tree, you see tower.
I'll try to climb the tree. What do I have for climb? It's not horrible.
Do you want a rope?
No. I got a 9. Could be worse.
I could try climbing.
Do you want a rope?
No thanks.
All right. It is a DC 15. So yeah, go ahead,
Ava got
well,
it.
I'm pretty sure you don't have a minus, so yeah, you're good. Sorry,
23.
I made it most of the day, but that frog's starting to creep back into my throat. You know, as you can probably tell, we're pretty close to a wind down spot here, so that way we can pick up on this map next time. All right, so you climb at a quarter of your speed, which is really annoying, especially since most people have 20 or have 30 move speed, and that doesn't round very well. So give us. I'll just say you need. Until you can get up to a part where there's like so many branches that it's just you know, trivially easy. Let's say you need 3 more successes to kind of get up like the trunk part, and then you get up to the part where it's just like really easy.
Do you want to step on my horse and then you can reach the branches?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
She starts so far down to the ground that she she manages to start making her way up the trunk of the tree, but she's like barely at the height that Alandite's at on his horse so far.
I like grab it and then just like slide down like it's like coated in butter or something.
You're doing great, Ava. You're making real progress here.
No, so I mean, you succeeded. You climbed a bit,
Yeah.
but like you'd have a ways to go still.
I mean, to me, it looks like you're doing great.
Or if you
These other
want,
tall-
you know, Alandite
tall
like
folk
said,
don't
she's
get it.
about your height, so like, you know, you could kind of like ride up and you know, kind of like almost kind of like like hefting a baby. You know, like hands under the armpits, like you can kind of like come up and kind of like boost her up.
Give her assist. Yeah, I'll do that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Watch your hands.
I specifically said armpit.
I specifically said watch your hands, sir.
So yeah, so I guess you get another 5 feet of climbing, if you will, for free. But yeah, go ahead and give us a few more climb checks. You'll need 2 more successes without like a critical fail
Sure.
just to get up there.
Ooh, that's
Caught off guard a little bit by the boost from Alendite. You end up like gripping the tree a little bit more and just kind of like but you don't like fall or anything.
See, she feels uncomfortable now. You
Oh,
threw
no.
her off her game.
I really did.
That's hilarious.
11.
No, it's 15. You got to keep going.
Oh, keep rolling.
Yeah, you need to
Ava,
beat
it's
15
okay.
twice.
Don't worry about the hairy armpits. It's
There
natural.
we go.
All right, there's 1 success. So you get your bearings, get kind of get your vibe or your mojo back and start climbing up again. 1 more.
Yeah, you've got this.
Oh no.
Oh no. This is why I make people roll. All right, Alendite, or yeah, I guess you were the one that was close.
Gosh.
Alendite, make a reflex save to like react in time to grab her. Oh my god.
8.
What happened to you guys this roll?
Oh, 9. Sorry, 9. My reflex is
What do you mean
9.
what happened to our rolls? This has been
I have
either
not
natural
rolled a-
20s or below 6.
All right. Are you trained in tumble, Ava?
Yeah.
Okay. Go for it. Give us a tumble check.
Oh my god.
Oh, gee.
Is there any chance I could run over there to try to
Don't
catch
hit that on the way down.
I do have a plus 10 on tumble though, so that would be 11.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not the
One.
way that fumbles work.
Oh, dang it.
Roll me a d6.
Oh no.
Ooh, I just like imagine you land on my horse's back, just like
Like a sack of potatoes.
Hey, there we go. At least you kept up the low rolls.
Nice.
That's good. That's good.
So so you come whatever, you grab a stick that breaks. You kind of thought that you got up to the part where like the density of sticks was going to be light enough and like thick enough that you were going to be able to kind of just like step on it, but you weren't quite there yet. Just like you just like snap through it and start falling. Alendite like kind of grabs the reins and like kind of like reaches that way, but like doesn't quite make it. You hit the ground and and like try and tumble out of it, but accidentally tumble towards the tree, like, and just yeah, it's not too bad. You just get a good knock on the head, but you do lose 1 hit point.
Could have been worse.
sure you don't want that
Could
rope.
have been worse. Oh, shoot, probably. Well, now I'm scared to climb.
Now, when all this has been going on, where did our orc friend go?
He is straight up laughing at you.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
But
man.
he's still hanging out.
Yeah, he wants his weapon and his healing and his water.
Okay.
Can I ask him if there is any other way to go about this?
Yeah.
Well, I can you like, for me, can you like rephrase that? What is it you want to know from him?
Like, is there any other, I guess, area that we could go to get? Because he wants us to climb a tree to like get view of what the encampment looks like, right?
Yeah, he doesn't want to get any closer because they'll probably just straight up kill him if they see him with you.
Yeah.
But he wants you guys to he wants to give you the receipt, right?
Yeah.
He wants credit for his homework. So he just kind of shrugs and he's like, tree is tree.
Okay.
I'll try to climb this tree I'm over here by.
He kind of like sarcastically just points at like another tree that like doesn't look any better or worse than the one that you were trying to climb.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna heal him. Using Cure Minor Wounds.
Okay.
And then can I communicate with him? You're healed. I still have your weapon. There's got to be another area in which would benefit us more as far as like, getting us to a vantage point. Can I communicate that with him?
Give me a diplomacy check.
Okay.
There is another angle. Oh,
24.
Okay. He you smooth talk him a little bit. Of course, the healing helps. Yeah, not maybe quite as much as you think. So you'd already promised him that, so like he's already expecting that. But still, he's not like on the verge of death, so that certainly helps. He sees he sees Rubato like kind of start trying to tree, and he's kind of chuckling again, just like in the background, right? Like as you're talking to him, he's like looking over your shoulder and watching Rubato, who's like clearly not physically adept, like start trying to do this after Ava failed at it. So he like kind of starts to laugh or whatever, but then he like clues in on what you're saying, as you heal him, and he kind of like crosses his arms and kind of like he like looks down to the side like he's thinking, and then he goes riskier, but we could like hide in trees and like wait for patrol to go by.
Okay.
legit.
I mean, might as well keep trying to climb the tree then, because if we while we wait.
Can I?
Well, so you'd still have to like reposition a little bit, maybe get like a little bit closer. Like he really doesn't want to, but he's like, well, if these idiots are, like, if somebody gets hurt, like falling out of this tree, then like they might just kill me, right? Because he's thinking like an orc. So like if I guess I could avoid that by, if we get a little bit closer and like hide somewhere, then maybe they'd see a patrol go by and like and then believe me, like that way.
Also, I rolled a 9, so yeah, I didn't go nowhere.
I'll give another crack at it.
These trees are really slippery.
Are you telling the party that
are we not yet? Are we waiting for the patrol to go by so that we can advance closer to the encampment without getting caught?
He's like, no, like climb tree, see tower, let like I go, or like we hide, wait for patrol go by, you see patrol, I go.
That's a 21, by the way.
Yeah, so it sounds like he's kind of saying, we see the patrol go by, there's proof, and then he gets to get out.
Oh, okay.
He just wants us to get some proof so he can leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wants to be nowhere near any of this.
Yeah. So I'll confer with the group. I let you guys know. He gave me two options. We keep climbing the tree, which it seems to have not been successful, and there's no way I can do it. Or he's suggesting that we wait in a bush that's near a patrol route. We wait until we see a patrol go by, and then for him that would be like, all right, I told you guys, and then we send him on his way. How are you guys feeling about that?
I have a horse. It's kind of loud. Not too great at hiding.
I got a 21 to get up the tree.
How many more do you?
This one.
Here looks like he's already halfway up.
I don't know.
It's because you're taller, right? So you can just literally to start with, you can just grab higher than Ava can. You would already be halfway up.
So he just needs one more. Oh, all right.
Maybe 22.
Sure. That because those were both over 20 rolls, so it doesn't generally work this way. But the first one, you give it like a little hop, and kind of like grab on, and then like do your best to kind of like like lift yourself up, and then you like kind of clamp your legs around it as best you can, and then like climb / extend your legs, like get up as high as you can, and you're able to like grab on one of the higher, bigger branches, and and then kind of like get up, into the kind of like mesh of the tree where you can like move around a little bit more. If you go too high, obviously, like then the branches get too weak and you also fall. But like you're able to get into kind of like the heart of the foliage.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there you can at least I'm pretty sure you can. And you are, a little, like I said, a little further away than this, but you should have an unobstructed view to that.
Yeah.
So, you're probably still a little bit, like there's a few higher trees, and they're topographically, it does increase in elevation a little bit. So it's probably not like a totally clear view, but, mostly over the foliage and like, through a little tiny bit of the top of one or two of the taller trees. You can like, I'll say clearly, but you're 500 feet away. So I don't know if clearly is quite the right word, but like you can definitely see like a structure, that looks kind of like a watchtower that's like sticking up out of the foliage.
I see it, guys. I see it.
Don't worry, I'm almost climbed up there. I'll see it.
So he's true to his word then.
Could I like get down now, like jump down to like a lower branch, then land on the ground?
I forget, you have jump and or tumble, right?
I have both.
So yeah, you can. It depends on how cute you want to be. You could just like straight up jump. If you succeed on a DC 15 jump, that negates 10 feet of falling damage. And if you succeed on a DC 15 tumble, that negates 10 feet.
Well, can I try to get like a little lower first, like try to like balance like down some of the branches?
Technically
like
still a climb
down.
check, but yeah, sure. Go ahead and make a climb check real quickly, and then.
Oh, never. I mean, I guess I get to roll one or the other anyway if I screw up.
You won't get to do the jump because like a jump is an intentional thing.
I could do tumble though, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine still.
Okay, and that
So
wasn't.
that was a 7.
Yeah, that's not low enough to fall. I don't think.
I'm gonna roll again then. Nine. It's a 6. We love the 6s here.
Yeah, no, you're it kind of like a cat that has overclimbed. You're having a little bit of trouble finding a good route down.
Oh, another 6.
Wow.
One more. This is a scary number. All 14.
All right.
17.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, you make your. Not only do you manage to descend in height a little bit, but you kind of get yourself to a to a position where you feel like you can kind of like grab a branch and like kind of swing down a little bit, and then like tumble a little like out of the remaining fall.
I'll tumble down. All right. That's an 18.
Yep, there you go.
I'm a lot better with tumbling and jumping than climbing.
Yeah, me too.
So having seen you successfully climb the tree, like he knows that you're going to have seen it. So he's like standing there with his like hand out towards Druge. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So is there any way that I could like while giving him his weapon back, and like a friendly gesture, or like trying to like show respect to one another, potentially ask for like how many, or would that be going too far?
That's legit.
Valid question.
With the roll, obviously.
Yeah. Go ahead and give it a diplomacy roll.
Totally worthy of death if he doesn't answer properly.
I guess so, yeah.
We're not gonna kill him.
All right, 23.
Fine.
He kind of shrugs his shoulders, but like you don't get the sense that he's like being obtuse.
Mm-hmm.
Like he probably doesn't know.
Okay.
But he's like more all the time. Like several patrols. He like starts trying to like count again, like painfully, like 1, 2, and then he gets frustrated on like 2 and stops, and it's like you know, many patrols and you know, and tower and you know, and camp and like more, you know, more coming.
Communicating in Orcish, I don't know if this would be another diplomacy role, or if I can even ask this, but could I try and get a schedule as to when these patrols occur?
I think probably a combination of he doesn't know that, and also like he's feeling maybe starting to feel a little bit taken advantage of. He's more than fulfilled his you know, his side of the bargain. He's like, you know, like give weapon, give water, I go.
Yeah, no, yeah, I nod. I understand. Give him his weapon. You know, I
bargain. Yo, I'm gonna start showing my sword. This guy's getting his life.
I understand. So
yeah, Drew's never actually told any of you that he promised to give the weapon back.
I grunt in understanding, and I hand his sword back to him, and you know, what is it? I conjured up some of the some water for him, using my create water spell, and
scooch a little further around this tree. I see he has his weapon back.
All right.
You know, and I say, you know, I give a parting grunt. I'm like, all right, appreciate it. And then, you know, and then I come out to y'all, like, all right, you know, I apologize, trying to make a deal, you know, trying to get as much information as we could. You know, he requested that he get his weapon back once he fulfilled his end of the bargain, or his end of the deal. I hope y'all ain't too angry with me, but I was just trying to get as much information as I could.
When you handed it back to him, he takes it and he like slides it into the frog or whatever that he has on his around his waist for it, and he like kind of starts to go for the shoulder check and then like thinks better of it and is like kind of like, you know, backs up quietly. So,
Yeah.
you know, because you guys are like relatively close to the camp, so probably not best to be like yelling your names.
Yeah.
I would like to hide.
Sorry, what were you gonna say, Alan? I just wanted to get that in there really quick.
I was just gonna say, well, I think you made the right choice. The deal seemed to have really paid off.
Trying to earn your guys' favor. That's all.
He kind of like he's just like slowly backing up from you guys, like, you know, like looks over, like sees Rubato hiding in the trees or the bush or whatever, like you're just kind of like slowly backing away from you all, like making sure nobody's like getting jumpy or whatever. He gets like 15.
I look. I'm on my horse. And I tap on my shoulder and like.
He you know, he like nods at you, and like, you know, kind of mostly turns away, but still like looking over his shoulder a little bit, like takes a few more steps or whatever, and then like, you know, relatively convinced that you guys are gonna follow through, he finally like turns his back and you know, starts to disappear off into the forest.
And then I pull out my bow. No, I'm just kidding.
Fireball. No.
All right. Because of course, it's not doors. It's usually doors for D&D parties. For you guys, it's trees or rocks or
any climbing.
Yeah, any sort of minor climbing.
Climbing
Ladders are the worst things ever invented.
We don't talk about ladders.
But yeah, all right. So you got here. He's free. You guys are here. If you would make sure for Drew's you mark off that you used. I think it was 2 cantrips, right, for the create water and the heal. Yeah.
Yep.
So just kind of write that in the margin or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody else used any healing, did you? Or any spells or anything, did you?
Yeah, I cast a spell.
Oh, that's right, you did.
It was yesterday.
No, it wasn't.
No, he cast the friendly faces.
Yeah.
Phase.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Mark that off or whatever. And then as far as we know, everybody asterisk Alendite might be a teeny bit late is good for next Saturday, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys gonna do anything fun for birthday?
We are going to go to Winterfest at Wonderland. And take lots of pictures.
I expect pictures in the travel.
I expect you to be in full armor.
In the pictures?
It looks so good, man.
At Wonderland,
You gotta do lumberjack.
if you're not like going down the log flume in full armor, what are you doing with your life?
I thought about stuff like that and go into like medieval times, but then I thought I'd be better dressed than them and get kicked out.
Well, you can't go to Disneyland dressed as anything Disney. They'll kick you right out. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I will fiddle a little bit more. I really do want to try and make the green screen thing work. Since it appears to be an OBS limitation, not a hardware limitation, unfortunately, that may still be slightly out of reach until they upgrade some more stuff on the back end. But
well, you thought you might be able to do like half of us on yours, half of us on Pix.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know how to get that
try.
video feed from her computer to the stream.
Well, how do we get mine to the stream? Oh, my camera. That's right. My camera's plugged in directly.
Yeah. Maybe maybe we could run it through. Maybe. Yeah, it's going to take some circular logic of like like processing it here and then like reprocessing it and then like sending it to the stream computer. I'll see if we can figure it out because it might just be too much anyway, right? Because especially for right now, well, we've got Druge with us. We've got 6 player feeds and my feeds. So we have 7. So I don't know what the OBS's maximum is because, like I said, it's not a hardware problem. My GPU was never above like 30%, and even my CPU. I made a new set of scenes. That's why it crashed. I switched to a different set of scenes that just has less stuff. So that dropped the CPU from maxing out. The GPU was nowhere near maxing out. Like nothing was maxed out. So like it shouldn't have been lagging like that. The only reason it would be is because of something in the broadcast software. So we'll just have to test it and see what the maximum that OBS can handle is. If it's 4 or more, then great. If we can figure out a way to do part of it on Pixie's computer, then we can do 3 there and 4 here and make it work. But if it's less than 4, then it's I think it would look really weird if like 5 or 6 of us were green screened and then like one person's not. So yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'll experiment around with it. I should theoretically be able to test all of that on my end, but also at the same time, it shouldn't have happened today, and it did. So if possible, I might try and hit some of you guys up to get on, even if it's just earlier, like Saturday next weekend before we get on. Or, I don't know, whatever. We might try and schedule just a real quick tech test. So we don't have a repeat of today.
Yeah, I'll be around after 8 or 9 about every night. So
okay. Well, the problem is we'd need like enough video feeds, to actually test it.
Just do 5 or 6 me's again.
Well, but we did that, and apparently somehow that must be
8 or 9
different
too.
as far as what OBS, considers or whatever. That must be different somehow. So, so we'll get that sorted. We're planning on a slightly later than today was scheduled, but also today started late. So we're planning on probably a 6 p.m. Pacific start next week instead of 5 p.m., which was what it was supposed to be this week. That way Amras has a better chance of being at least on time, or of being close to on time, or at least close to on time, since they've got some family stuff to do before that.
Okay, if you're not here on time, I'll just murder everything for you.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Like Mendez, and you heard the Discord join, and you were like, "What? Oh, when Druge joined."
Yeah,
that was you said a surprise, and I was like, oh, like we're gonna fight,
right?
Like that's this like surprise, and then I heard the Discord join. And I thought, I don't know, like
I thought we just had someone sneak in.
Yeah.
I want to give credit where credit's due. For one, of course, because we always try and shout out the players, but since he's newer with us, this is Dr. Huge Time, who the TTS when he like cheers bits and stuff, kind of like how we get Nuna Sush Bean and like some of those other ones. So that's actually where that comes from. It's beautiful. That is a phenomenal idea. It sounds totally like an orc name, but it's also actually just the way that the TTS pronounces his name. It says Drush time.
Awesome.
That's perfect.
It's so good. I'm sorry if you didn't want to spoil that. Maybe I should have asked first, but
you're good.
It's so good. It was
Thank
so
you.
big brain. Like I had to brag on you, like on your behalf, because I just love that for a name. Because
Thanks, Mandy. I
it's
appreciate
perfect
that.
for an orc name, but that extra little chef's kiss. It's just so good. So we met Dr. Huge Time at TwitchCon this year. That was a connection that we made there. Actually, really briefly too. It was like a workshop that he was attending that I was only able to be there for like the first 15 minutes for, and it was like it would have been really easy to just be like passing ships in the night, but I met him and his significant other. I don't know if it's girlfriend or wife or whatever.
Yeah, girlfriend.
Met him and his girlfriend. Like super like just very, you can just tell, right? Like you get a good vibe from people, like just really good vibes, super open, super kind. We had a wonderful chat, and then I had to take off, but he sounded interested in D&D. So like tonight was his first time ever. We made his character earlier this week. Like tonight when he joined chat there, and you know, and I was like, and you hear the guy say, and then he started talking. Like that was his first time ever, like doing doing that in character.
Well done.
So, yeah.
Thrown in the deep end.
Super thankful for how patient you guys were because before I joined, I don't know how accurate it is, but my Apple Watch, my heart was like 147. It peaked at 147.
Oh man,
I have take like meds for anxiety, but my anxiety was through the roof. But you guys were all super dope. You guys were all really cool, and they like helped calm my nerves pretty quick. And then towards the end, like once we captured that work, I definitely felt comfortable enough to where I was like chiming in here and there. But man, when I first joined, I felt like I was about to pass out.
So
not to make you feel any better or worse, but if it had have been anyone else, okay, if it had have been like Rubato or myself who found you first, shots first, like for sure, swinging first.
I mean, Ava swung first too.
Ava threw an axe at him.
We still swung first.
I was telling my
I wouldn't have stopped.
Yeah, I was telling my friends when I was in Discord, and like my siblings and my parents were watching you guys. I was like, depending on, especially because Ava kept rolling so high, and I was like, I might be dead before I even.
I know. I was worried for a second.
Yeah, it was super fun.
Yeah, the chat doesn't call her the murder halfling for nothing.
Yeah. Ava's the one who's got the good hits, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
So with some magical script to bring me back.
Of course, it all seems to be one thing or the other. So again, thank you to all of you for making it, for waiting on the late start, for making it through to the end here. I know it's super late for some of you guys.
We're sorry, Amras.
Yeah, y'all are awesome.
Oh God,
but,
I didn't even see that time.
Yeah, we ripped the Band-Aid off though.
Just don't tell Amlas what time you went to bed.
She'll never know. There's no possible way she'd watch the video.
She said don't go to bed.
She
Make
said
sure
not past 4 a.m., but it's only 3 a.m.
Oh, that's good.
So yeah, huge thank you, of course, to everybody that's watching, lurking. Anybody who's still awake now. If you watch the video later, what have you. Extra shout out to the players for all of their amazing patience and their skill and just everything that they brought to this tonight. I'm super excited to get back in the saddle. Our plan is to start playing at least twice a month, like starting today. So that's the plan. We're playing again next Saturday, and then obviously there'll be a little break for Christmas and New Year's or whatever, and then there should be 2 sessions again in January. Like we're gonna stick to it, dang it. And it's gonna be a lot of fun. So thank you guys